Hello. Check, 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 check. Do. How's it going, everybody? I am saying hi to y'all. Welcome for those who are watching and for those who can hear. This is How to Rock Astrology. Today we are going to be discussing Gemini Rising. All things related to Gemini. And this will include Gemini Rising as a rising sign. And as well, we're going to talk a little bit about Mercury, because of course Mercury is the ruling lord of the sign of Gemini, as well as the sign of Virgo. It's been a hot minute, folks. It's been too long. My house is full of people who are always kind of going in and out. And I've had lots of people sapping up all my Wi-Fi. Today was a day where I think that I should be good in terms of my Wi-Fi getting scooped up too bad. So let's do the thing. Let's have fun. It's very nice to see you all. Hello there, Zuleika. It's nice to see you. Of course, this is a live chat, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. If you want to let me know any thoughts, any questions, any comments along the way, I'll be happy to be able to field them as much as I can, because that's what I love doing on these live streams. So let's not dawdle too long here, folks. My plan is to just start getting right into our conversation today. I'm just getting my pictures ready. As anybody who's watched me do my stuff knows, I usually have a whole bunch of cool, fun pictures prepared. So, let us begin. I should say at this point, I don't have much going on for it yet, but I'm writing a book at present. I believe it's going to be called Eternal Soul Afternoon. It's going to be all about my adventures doing psychedelics and exploring yoga, Kriya yoga, and meditation throughout all the years that I've been combining those practices, as well as just some spontaneous ecstatic poetry. If you're watching this, I'm not going to have it going for a while, so I'm putting the seed in everybody's mind for when that does come out, hopefully sometime next year, but I'm being patient with it. Now, let's get started. We are talking about Gemini Rising today. And just like with all the rising signs, what I like to do first is talk a little bit about the building blocks of the glyph of the planet that is represented by Gemini. Of course, this is Mercury. Mercury actually uses all three of these building blocks, which goes to show that Mercury is really quite an in-betweener. It is a gap filler between the spirit within and the material outside of us. These are the basic building blocks of the planetary glyphs that we use. The circle, of course, represents the masculine. The crescent, the moon, represents the feminine. And the cross is sort of a feminine in its own way. The cross is found where the cross symbolizes earth living, represents karma. It's the opposition between the human and the divine. It's the signature of our planet, planet Earth. So the cross usually will represent some aspect of matter. In the case of Mercury, we see matter is on the bottom, the circle is in the middle, and the crescent is on top. And the placement of these symbols is relevant for each symbol. With Mercury, the moon, the personality, the crescent is kind of the crown of the symbol. This goes to show that at some level, the lunar personality, the Jivatman, the emotional reality of the soul, is what is being transmitted with Mercury here. Usually with the sun, with the circle represents Dharma. It represents something eternal that we're always trying to move towards. The crescent being on top of the circle here shows that Mercury is an aspect of ourselves, of our mind, that is necessary to channel the spirit. And sometimes, as it is on planet Earth, any one of these particular symbols out of the 7 symbols that we have: the Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, the basic 7. There will always happen where one of these planets has to be emphasized more than all the others. One of these aspects of our consciousness is more emphasized than others. When Mercury is afoot, when Gemini rising is on the rising sign, it would appear that Mercury is the thing that is being emphasized over all the 7 planets, at least in terms of how we get around, because that's the rising sign. You know, we all know the rising sign is the sign that is kind of on your face. It's the sign that everybody sees you as. And it's your life path, numero uno. It's how you get around in this world. You know, oftentimes when I do sessions for people, I'll tell people that there's many ways to convey your ruling planet. What exactly does that mean? Is it, you know, your Atmakarka is in a way your ruling planet. Your rising sign, Lord, which is the dispositor of the ascendant, is in its own way sort of your ruling planet. The planet that rules your sun is your ruling planet in some way. So there's many ways to convey your energy. That's why when we see a person, it's often very hard to guess the rising sign, the Atmakarka, the sun sign, the moon sign, because different people have different emphases on different aspects of the self. Some people's rising signs are a dead note in their chart, and it's not that loud. But for the most part, the rising sign is like the vehicle. It's the life path that we get around on. And so here we have Mercury as such. So what does this mean in terms of Gemini rising? Well, let's take a look at Mercury here. This comes from Isabelle M. Hickey's. I'm just going to get the book out now because I'm going to need to read it in a moment anyway. All of this information is coming from Isabelle M. Hickey's Astrology, a Cosmic Science. Wish my light glare wasn't killing the book. Yeah, that one. This is a Western author, sort of like a esoteric, kind of a Gnostic Christian mystical root in astrology. So, you know, I like to dip my toe in all sorts of different roots for my astrological knowledge. So I love her book because she breaks down what all the symbols are all about. And we see here with Mercury that all 3 symbols are shown. You know, I'm going to say this. Mercury is a cool planet to talk about because it is the intermediary of spirit and soul, if you understand what Mercury is doing correctly. It's our inner voice. And sometimes the inner voice can get us into trouble, but sometimes the inner voice can bring us to the spirit, closer to the spirit. Because the spirit is this infinite principle. But the absolute principle of the spirit is not going to work on planet Earth. If we were all the inherent essence of our sun sign all the time, we would burn things up because we wouldn't be able to read the room. Right? When we're talking to a certain person, you know, let's say I'm a Leo and I'm talking to a certain person and I want to have my full Leo energy out there. It's my Mercury that reads, like, how can I get my Leo out in a way without putting my foot in my mouth, as sometimes Leos can. I'm Leo rising, so I know what that's about. You know, if we were to be all of our emphasized planets all the time, we wouldn't be able to adapt and manage the immediate situation. Now, at the same time, if we were only our moon sign, if we were only our personality, we might lose the consistent communication of our sun. The moon can adapt. The moon is movable. The moon is what allows us to move, to read a person as they are, and try to match ourselves through that. But it is Mercury that allows, it's our consistent communication, and it's our playfulness. We have to be able to be playful with how we transmit the absolutes in the soul. And this is why Mercury, and this is why Gemini and Virgo tend to be very playful. Although it depends ultimately on how Mercury is for a Gemini rising. What is your Mercury like? Where is it placed? How well is it placed? It's going to show how playful you can be in manifesting the spirit. Mercury is the link of mind. mind is literally a 4-letter word. It's a tricky word to use in astrological circles because the moon is also considered to be the mind. But this is a different aspect of the mind. People call this the intellect. With Mercury, all 3 of these symbols, as we talked about here, the circle, the crescent, and the cross, all 3 of them are present here. And Mercury is pretty much the only one where that's the case. We have the cross on the bottom, symbol of earth. The circle is in the middle, symbol of spirit. And the crescent, the cup, that symbolizes the uplifted personality. It's the personality perfected, is what Mercury is. Mercury is the planet ruling intellect and intelligence, buddhi. This is not necessarily the brain mechanism that is ruled by the moon, which is manas. The emotional brain level of the mind is the moon. Mercury is the link between heaven and earth. Both of these are within us. The intellect, buddhi, it's how we research and explore how to convey heaven on earth. It's the link between the soul in the circle and the personality in the crescent. Mercury has rulership over the nervous system. All communication within and without is possible only through Mercury. He's called Winged Hermes, the messenger of the gods, a psychedelic statement, for he travels ceaselessly and does not travel a one-way street. He tends to excite activity. Mercury uses everything in the outer as well as the inner world as grist for growth and progress. It's neither male nor female. It's a neutral planet that acts as a mirror to reflect whatever's in its vicinity. When Mercury goes insane, he withdraws from the magnetic field and the connection between the soul and the body is severed. This is an insane person who has lost their grasp of Mercury, of how to, again, they've either lost touch with the inner absolute or they've lost touch with reading the room. There's a lot of cool wisdom being conveyed here in terms of why Mercury is the insanity principle for better or for worse. Sometimes if we have so much of our inner soul coming through our raw animal libido coming through and we can't read the room, then we come off as a jackass. But if we have so much emphasis of the room and we lose touch with our inner soul, we become a robot. We become a dry person with no playfulness, no give, no personality. And that's an insanity in its own way. That's why Mercury is the personality perfected, right? When Mercury is placed in the birth chart, wherever it is placed in the birth chart, this is the area where attention and awareness must be focused and techniques and skills learned. In a personal chart, Mercury represents intelligence and intellect, logic and reasoning power, perception, educational capacity, youthfulness, speaking and writing, techniques, communication, brothers and sisters, short journeys. Mercury rules the nerves, lungs, shoulders, arms, and hands, and it rules Gemini and Virgo. This is kind of why if you've got a mixed up Mercury or a Mercury that has trouble, any of these things in your chart can be having difficulty. Mercury in Pisces can kind of convey this, as well as Mercury being in the sign of Cancer, because as we're going to learn, the moon is really Mercury's only enemy. And Mercury in the sign of Cancer, or with the moon, or aspected by the moon, could have trouble with any of these particular points, with its capacity to, again, read the room in an enjoyable way. People, when they have the moon and Mercury together, will often be emotionally stuck in a way that stops them from being charming, from being playful, and being able to interact in a fluid way with their partners, with their loved ones, etc., and with business partners. Mercury, when it goes well, is a very charming person. No matter what is going on in the soul or in the room, Mercury is clever and knows how to read a situation perfectly. Leo rising, not quite. So after talking about all this, we're going to digest a little bit and have a quick little reading on what it means to have Gemini on the ascendant after reading all this little bit about Mercury. And this is again coming from a Western author, Astrology, a Cosmic Science by Isabelle M. Hickey. This is just to wet our whistle a little bit on what Gemini rising is all about. This is Gemini on the ascendant. With Gemini ascendant, the sense of duality is strong. There's two personalities in one body fighting for control of the soul and the reading the room. This is very true of Gemini. And Gemini is a bit sporty about it because Gemini is the masculine side of Mercury, whereas Virgo is the receptive feminine side. Mercury actually likes Virgo better. But there's blessings and curses with Virgo. When you're a Virgo rising, your rising sign is the space where Mercury is exalted, but it's also the space where Venus is debilitated. And we carry these on our rising sign. Gemini is one of the only spaces where no planet is exalted or debilitated. So Mercury has a very touch-and-go neutrality. It's very much like the jack of all trades, master of none in a certain way. Gemini on the ascendant can be indecisive and unsure, generally, even when there's lots of fixed signs. When Mercury is well placed, there's a vacillation that happens with Gemini, but this is a strength and a weakness at the same time. It's both. Gemini is friendly, adaptable, witty, and clever. It's especially the masculine outward expression of this mercurial charm and wittiness. Geminis can be extremely nervous and high-strung. They can be temperamental. They appear confident, but they lack confidence and inner sureness. People can make Gemini nervous, but Gemini loves an audience, for they love to talk. They talk with their hands as well as with their tongues. I talk with my hands a lot too. Especially because Gemini rules the third. It resonates with the number 3, resonates with the third house, and it rules the arms, the hands, the dexterity. Geminis make good conversationalists, writers, and reporters. They function from their minds, their intellect, and they're very active mentally. Good dispositions when they are calm and serene within. They're very charming. They're like the air. You know, there's a wonderful poem. I always mention it. It's a poem written in the 60s, the late 60s. It's called The Cosmic Sounds of the Zodiac. It's a great album. It's a musical piece, which is all this music that vibes to the tone of each sign, and there's poetry put throughout it. One of my favorite lines in this whole thing is when he's talking about Gemini. What is the poetry that's said of Gemini is it says, Gemini, a cool touch on a summer day, a warm breath on a winter night. Because Gemini reads the room. When things are too hot, Gemini's pulling everybody back down. When things are too cool and boring, Gemini's bringing everybody back up. It's a beautiful thing. And so this is why they can read, especially when they are calm and serene within, they can read the room and be appropriate to the situation while remaining calm within. When they're not calm within, then they kind of get jerked around by their environment. And this is something Gemini has to watch out for. Note position by sign and house and aspects of Mercury to know how this personality projects itself into the outer world. Whatever's going on with Gemini rising's Mercury can tell this person a little bit about how they are going to express in the world an external reality. So Gemini really is this flighty, reading the room type of personality. They are mutable. They're changeable. They go with whatever situation they are in. And of course, this is Gemini rising. So the moon, the sun is going to show whether there's more mutability or there's more fixation and fixed signs in the chart. There's many things that could convey the heaviness or the lightness of a Gemini rising. Essentially what it's like is like the ascendant sign doesn't tell you much about whether the person's going to be a fixed personality or a windy, wind-strewn personality. If they've got other fixed signs in the chart, then they're going to be a fixed person who still can read the room, but they're ultimately going to hold themselves in this way. So, it's interesting to think of Gemini as this character, because every rising sign is needed and can be used constructively in any context. You just have to know your strengths and weaknesses and what side your bread is buttered on. And that's why we're doing this series, folks. Now, we are about to embark on the next side of things. Let's see, though. No, we are missing one thing, actually, before we get there. I'd like to talk a little bit more about some of the arcs of Gemini rising, particularly the arcs of Mercury. You know, we've just talked a little bit about how Mercury expresses itself through Gemini in its masculine form. That's how we've got to understand it. And Geminis can actually be a little bit like pushy and tough. We're going to talk about later, you know, you can see where the aspects of all the planets are. And it's interesting that Mars in a Gemini's chart rules the 11th house and the 6th house typically. So Mars is this kind of like antsy, nervous planet that allows Gemini to develop the 6th house is nervous and antsy. That's Aries, right? If you look at my brain is just digesting what I'm trying to say here. Gemini, opposite Gemini is Sagittarius. So Scorpio is on the 6th house. That's what I meant to say. Scorpio on the 6th house for a Gemini has this like constant fixation on management. Because Scorpio is a fixed sign, it's constant management and fixation on managing things. And that's why Gemini can have this nervousness that eventually brings out Aries 11th house gains, things that they get done and accomplished. So this is part of the nervousness of Gemini, but we're going to get there as we go along. Now, what I want to speak to here is to have a quick little word about how the Buddha resonates with Mercury. This is the section where we discuss the avatar of each planet. Each planet has a Vedic avatar that it tends to align with and relate with. In the sake of Mercury, the avatar is Buddha, the awakened one. And there's a lot to be said here about this. You know, I often, when I'm doing charts for people, and I see that there's a lot of things going on in Gemini or Virgo, especially if they're a Gemini or Virgo rising, and there's trouble going on with Mercury. It means that the basic identity will go through a crisis of not listening to what I call the inner voice. Because the inner voice is what knows the soul and reading the room and how to find the best path between them. And when the inner soul, when the inner voice is not trusted, we lack Buddha, we lack clarity, we lack intuition. Mercury is a very special, important aspect of our intuition. And many people learn not to listen to it through life because there's other louder, more important things. You know, if you've got Saturn conjunct Mercury and you're a Gemini rising, there's probably lots of times where you would have wanted to explore and try different things. And this is on your, since Gemini rules your first house, your basic identity, the you, yourself, how you identify in the world. If Gemini is conjunct Saturn, Saturn is squishing and narrowing your options for how you can possibly explore who you are. There's a deafness. There's a lack of attunement to when your inner voice says, yes, I do like this thing. No, I don't like this thing. And it relates to the Buddha. The Buddha was enlightened because the Buddha had learned how to purely listen to the inner voice within, which meant that the Buddha could adapt itself, himself, herself, to any and every situation perfectly. What else could enlightenment mean but adapting what's within to what's without perfectly in every single moment? So the Buddha, Gautama Buddha, was this character who, the Gautama Buddha was a rich prince, and his parents gave him everything. You got everything that you need, Buddha. You got everything that you need to be happy. You got all the girls, your liaisons, you got food, you got everything aplenty. So your path is set, bud. Your path is set. So just relax, accept the path that you've been given, because you're going to be a king one day. And so the Buddha, obviously, with the nature that the Buddha is, gets everything handed to him. Everything is on a dime, slotted on a certain time during the day. You eat at this time. You can learn this practice. You can learn anything you want. But one day the Buddha says to his servant, hey, servant, I want to go outside the castle gates. The servant's like, why? You have everything that you need here. It's all perfectly laid out for you. Why would you need any sort of curiosity to what other variety there is? The Buddha said, I don't know. I am playful today. I just need to see what else is out there. The servant's like, I don't know if that's a good idea. And the Buddha says, me neither. Let's go check it out. I'm the king. I'm the prince. You're the servant. We're going out of town. So he took him out of town, and the Buddha saw, the classic story. The Buddha saw an old man. The Buddha saw a sick man. And then the Buddha saw a dead man, a dying man. And the Buddha realized that he is going to die eventually, these are all things he had never seen before. And his curiosity served him well, because it's this that made him realize that life is this fleeting thing that we ought to live appropriately with the reality of. Buddha means awakened, as Ernst Wilhelm tells us. This is coming from Graha Sutras by Ernst Wilhelm. So, Ernst gives us some context that the medieval Hindus have a distaste for Buddhism because of a political turmoil that was going on at the time, that the Buddhism was interweaving itself with Hinduism and with the mythology of classical Indian thought. And Buddhism is very much its own thing that's like a methodical behavioral branch of Hinduism. It's concentrated its studies on the methods and behaviors rather than on the Hindu deities. And, classical Buddhism is a different thing from, medieval Buddhism is a different thing from what we convey as the Buddha, who's an avatar, who represents Mercury in astrology. An avatar like that takes on an eternal context irrelevant of how history conveyed Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhism is not necessarily going to jive to what the Buddha was any more than Catholicism is necessarily going to jive to what Jesus was. Jesus didn't praise himself, but the Catholics praised the figure of Jesus. So history can do avatars dirty in this way. So it's a good context to consider that Ernst is kind of giving us here. So Siddhartha Gautama Buddha, his father was concerned that Siddhartha, which is another word for the Buddha, is concerned that he might leave, and so he tried to give him all the luxuries. But when Gautama Buddha was 29, his life took a turn when he went outside the city gates. He saw a sick man, a dying man and an old man. But then the Gautama Buddha saw a man with a shaved head wearing yellow robes. He was impressed with his calm demeanor and serenity. That day, the Gautama Buddha followed suit and became an ascetic, a wandering ascetic, and just left society, left the civil world, and he left his wife and newborn son, which is a spicy reality. It wasn't long before he found teachers, and through those teachers, he came to some very high spiritual states where he neglected his inner voice when he came to asceticism. He wanted to be a monk, and he let go of his desire for food, let go of his desire for sex, let go of his desire for water, and all these survival impulses. And it completely bleached him, which he was playful with. He was playful with it in his quest for truth. He almost died from being so ascetic, from being so playful with this possible thing that could be a good thing for him. Eventually, he started to realize that this mortification would not bring him to what he wanted. It wasn't right for him. It was right for some people. It was right for the ascetics that he was moving through. Because remember, the Buddha can be playful to the room, can read the room, but he's also in balance with his inner voice. It's the inner soul and the outer reality are constantly finding balance in the lives of anyone with an emphasis of Gemini or Mercury. So, it's funny, Nick of Time says wisdom of the DNA is priceless. And I like that comment. Caught that comment, and I like it. Because that's what the Gautama Buddha was doing, you know? All these ascetic practices of bleaching himself dry, no food, no sex, no nothing, was good for everyone around him. But he was playful again. He was in a situation where everyone else was doing one thing, and he thought, you know, I'm going to try something different, something that's coming from inside me. And this is when the Buddha found the middle path. It's finding the balance between inside and outside, between food and sex and all these externalized things versus asceticism, drying yourself out from within, avoiding both self-indulgence and self-mortification. And this is when the Buddha blew up and became the big deal that he was. He's unique among the avatars because he was born with human consciousness predominant, and through practices he became awakened. A lot of these avatars you'll read is that they were divine deities in human form. But the Buddha was a human who just through the nature of Mercury, through the nature of the duality and the intelligence inside of every human, he became awakened in this way. This process of the human consciousness becoming awakened is ruled by Mercury. Enlightenment consists of the mind being awakened to where it may cognize spirit. While Jupiter rules all philosophical teachings, the actual practice of the teachings is governed by Mercury. Practicing through Mercury, the teachings and methods of Jupiter awakens in one the perception of truth. If Jupiter is well situated, one will possess wisdom and knowledge of spiritual practices and behaviors. But without Mercury, one will not effectively practice that which they know in a way as to awaken their inner consciousness through their inner voice. So that's a beautiful little depiction of how the Buddha resonates with Mercury and resonates with Gemini. And this is why this capacity to always be curious about what else is possible is something that's an important function of Mercury. And it's, of course, an important function of the signs ruled by Mercury, which is Gemini and Virgo. They do it in different ways. Gemini is external, like in its behavior. It's always going to be finding out what's the best behavior, What is a behavior that is spicy in most situations in a way that's going to bring enjoyment? But how do I read the room? How do I just basically open up everybody's external expression of communication of what's inside their soul? Gemini's constantly doing that. That's why Geminis can be so funny. Anyone with a big emphasis of Gemini and has a good, charming Mercury can really be hilarious, although they can get obnoxious if Mercury is fixed in a way where the inner soul has predominance over reading the room. They can really hit people over the head with things. Again, this is a lot of creative geniuses have had that kind of combination where the inner soul is allowed to burst through. You know, anybody who has troublesome planets in Gemini, whatever that might be, or any troublesome problems in Gemini, even from something as like the Sun and Mars, Sun combusting Mars in Gemini, that's going to be a personality that Gemini is the ground on which the Sun acts on its combustion of Mars. So it'll be a blistering, I'm just going to say and do and express what I want kind of personality, and it can be great. It can be genius because the Sun and Mars are friends, so there's a positive there, but it's not good that Mars is getting blistered in this way. So you got to read the chart. You know, it's just going to be different for every chart. Now, the presiding deity is the next thing that we're reading here. And the deity is a little bit different than the avatar. The avatar kind of expresses an energy pattern of the planet, in this case being Mercury. The deity is kind of like, how do we describe the difference? The deity is kind of like shows what that planet is in the human consciousness. The avatar Buddha is kind of shows like how Mercury is in a way, but so the deity of Mercury is Vishnu. You have to understand it correctly, because if Mercury can always read the room, can always see things differently, it always has the curiosity to see things differently. That means that it's very likely possible that every little thing in life, every little molecule, every little atom, and every single moment is perfect the way it is, because it is all Vishnu. Vishnu is the presiding deity of Mercury. And Ernst Wilhelm gives us a little short glip of what this means. Vishnu is considered as the absolute aspect of God who has manifested a portion of himself as the whole created universe. Through the property of the Mercury-ruled earth element, if you read the Graha Sutras, you'll learn that there's different ways of conveying the correlations of the planets with the signs. One of the ways is to see Mercury as earth, and then Venus is water, the second chakra, Mars is the third chakra, Saturn is the fourth chakra, the air chakra, the heart, and then Jupiter is the fifth chakra at the throat. There's other ways of conveying this. You guys have probably heard me talk about the different ways. But this is one of them, and it's an important one. Through the property of the Mercury-ruled earth element, the one, Vishnu, has been differentiated into the many. The many have only been differentiated, not changed. They are all still the one, known as Vishnu. All that is a manifestation of Vishnu. All that sees is Vishnu. All that gives is Vishnu. All that is given is Vishnu. Coming from inside the dreamer, even though this is all just a dream, the dreamer still experiences the dream, and the dreamer is Vishnu. Vishnu gives Mercury the ability to perceive what is real, which is Vishnu. There's nothing else. So on account of this, Mercury is an important graha to consider when judging an individual's capacity to have true spiritual perceptions while living on the earth-bound material plane. It's an interesting little glimpse into the fact that Mercury is just the most curious. And Mercury is going to look into the dirty, unclean places that nobody else will, because Mercury knows that all those atoms that make up the dirty and unclean are the work to be done, are aspects of the greater process of being and becoming that is Vishnu evolving through Krishna. So this is part of the curiosity of Gemini. Gemini is very willing to go to talk about the craziest things, to talk about the dirtiest things. And this is part of what makes them such a spicy, raunchy comedian sometimes. You know, you don't even need to be a Gemini rising. You just need to have Gemini emphasized somehow in your chart, which is there's many ways to emphasize Gemini in a chart. To have Mercury emphasized in your chart, where you can bring up all the most ridiculous aspects of current reality and freely talk about them, freely express them. Sometimes this gets Gemini into trouble, but that's often because Gemini's acting as an evolutionary agent, trying to show everybody the important aspects of reality that we ought to not neglect. We just have to be careful when Mercury, you know, the story of Pandora's box, it was written for Mercury and for Gemini in a lot of ways. Virgo too. Because once you let the cat out of Pandora's box, there's no getting it out. There's no, you know, that's why Gemini has to be careful how it individuates, because it doesn't want to be hateful. It doesn't want to be so dry and so coy and so real that, again, it forgets to read the room. That's when the internal is so blisteringly hot and true that Gemini loses its connection with the room, with the people around it. Okay. So, this has given us an idea of what Mercury is all about, and the fact that Gemini is the masculine side of this Mercury. Virgo is a little bit more about internalizing, receiving data, and even organizing data from within, from calculating, from drawing it out. Gemini is more about exploring all the different things. Gemini's opposite Sagittarius. Sagittarius sees the world, understands the world, reads and has knowledge about the world. But Gemini knows how to make it all work together. And somebody with an emphasis of Gemini has this masculine aspect of Mercury where they can fully express and play around with the data. Even a Virgo doesn't play around with the data that Gemini does. That's the thing about Gemini, is that Virgo is technically more Mercury, because Virgo says, what is the best data? That's where I'm going to put myself. Gemini says, what's the most interesting data? What gets me most excited? And sometimes Gemini writers will just go all around the lip of something, and they've conveyed lots of cool, subtle wisdom, but they never fully just come out and say it. Virgo, is an instruction booklet. Virgo just says, this is what I'm saying, and it's very clear and very direct. Gemini is not so direct. Gemini floats around the ring of something, and you get this deep perception of all these subtle truths that could be untruths, and it's that exploration and play that Gemini is good at. And so they can be geniuses. They can be great in group situations where you want to brainstorm. Gemini is the brainstormer par excellence. You know, do you mean to say this? Okay, so maybe you meant to say this. You know, Gemini is always taking the leaves of the plant and bringing them down so that the plant can expand in this way. So I could talk about it forever, but we have more stuff to move through in order to see how this all operates and relates to Mercury. So the next thing we're going to do, you know, I've been talking in a sort of easygoing, easy-flowing way about Mercury and about Gemini. Now, next, we're going to get into some hard-nosed Vedic astrological knowledge. Come along with me on the ride, folks, because this is the stuff that can really get you a good glimpse of how deep astrology really is. Now, I often say this in all my videos. There are two groupings that most Western astrologers don't really consider. They almost forget about it. Have you noticed that there's a grouping of 4 planets that rules the fire and water signs? Sun, Moon, Mars, and Jupiter. And there is a group of planets that rule the air and earth signs. It's Venus, Mercury, and Saturn. The earth and air signs kind of convey the ground, the external reality, whereas the fire and water signs represent what's going on internally. What's going on inside the person's soul, in a way, right? What does Venus rule? Rules Libra and Taurus, air and earth. What's Mercury rule? It's Gemini and Virgo, air and earth. What's Saturn rule? Classically, it's Aquarius, as well as Capricorn. It's air and earth. Modern Western astrologers will say that Uranus is a sub-ruler, a secondary ruler of Aquarius. But every tradition has always said that Saturn is the primary ruler of Aquarius. Now, on the other hand, we have the Sun and Moon ruling Leo and Cancer. It's fire and water. We have Mars ruling Aries and Scorpio. It's fire and water. We have Jupiter ruling Sagittarius and, classically, Pisces. Again, it's the same thing. Predominantly, all traditions have always said that Jupiter is the predominating ruler of Pisces. Neptune is only a second sub-ruler in Western circles. So we got Jupiter, Mars, Sun, and Moon all jive together. And then we've got Venus, Mercury, and Saturn all jiving together in the air signs. So this shows a little bit of a preponderance for how the planets interact with each other. And most times when I show you like this picture, for example, and most of the rising signs, it's going to be very clear the groupings. Mercury's friends are Venus and usually Saturn, although Gemini is one where things are a little bit different. We're going to talk about that. Saturn is considered neutral, and so is the Moon. And then the inauspicious signs for Gemini are the ones ruled by the Sun, Mars, and Jupiter. So this gives us, again, this clue as to how we can understand how the planets are interacting with each other and what it means for a rising sign. For Mercury's sake, Mercury is very interesting because it is, as we kind of showed in the early part of our lesson today, you know, Mercury is a little bit like, it's got the circle, the crescent, and the cross all wrapped up into one. So it has a lot to do with both the spirit and the material earth realm. That's why Mercury actually has the sun for a friend. It's because Mercury is the channel for spirit to conduct itself charmingly on earth. So when the sun is in trine Mercury, when the sun and Mercury are in the same sign and Mercury is not combust, or when Mercury is in the sign of Leo, Mercury gets a boost in its strength. It gets a solidity. It loses its wiggliness. It doesn't get so lost in the room that it forgets its soul. It can convey its soul in any room. That's when Mercury is delighted by the sun. So here we have it. Mercury has the sun for a friend as well as Venus. When Venus and Mercury are in the same sign, this does very well for Mercury. Now Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn are considered neutrals. They're neither a friend nor an enemy. So you can have Mercury fall in a Mars sign and it's neutral. If Mercury falls in Sagittarius or not Pisces because it's debilitated in Pisces. But if Mercury falls in Capricorn or Aquarius, it's neutral. Its only enemy is the moon. And we've kind of talked about this a little bit, how Mercury has the moon for an enemy. When Mercury falls in Cancer, or when Mercury is trine to the moon or is conjunct the moon in any sort of fashion, this delights the moon, delights the soul, the personality, but it deafens Mercury. It deafens your ability to listen to your inner voice. what happens is that you get a little bit too addicted to your enjoyment of familiar memories and patterns. Because the moon is memory. The moon is a subtle aspect of memory that really permeates all of us. So if you're in a relationship and you've always operated a certain way in your relationship, this is how I've always communicated, and your partner says, you know, I don't necessarily like how this goes down when we communicate. When I try to bring this up, you can be very flippant about it. Or when we talk about money, you're very hard about how we talk about money, because it's like you get locked into something, you know. And the Mercury with the moon person, a person who has Mercury starved or agitated by the moon, will say, this is how I'm used to operating. I like operating that way. And you like it so much that you feel it would be unfair for you to have to change. Lots of lonely people who have the moon and Mercury conjunct. It's because they have always tried to get lovers through the same way. They've always worn the same clothing. They've always done the same thing. They're stuck in a decade that happened years ago, and now it's a new decade where there's new trends and new fashions, but this person's holding on to their old ways of remembering how I always operated. This is what always got me somewhat lucky with the opposite sex. And they don't know how to change it, how to move it, how to make it really fit them, their true soul. They got stuck in the memory of one moment, and now they can't get out of it. And that might not even serve their soul, because they're not listening within. They could see a bunch of people wearing new trendy clothing, and they think, you know, that's something that I could possibly enjoy. But I'm not going to follow that instinct, because I know what I remember always working for me. I have the memory of being excited by this from this time. And it's that excitement and that enjoyment that stops you from being curious. What if I could be even happier trying something else? That's the moon conjunct Mercury, or aspecting Mercury, or Mercury in Cancer. It's I could be happier trying something else, but I'm happy enough with this. Don't break it. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. Meanwhile, it is broke. You just don't want to realize it. So that's a little lesson on the moon and Mercury having trouble together. So now let's take a look at how planetary lords work in astrology. Every ascendant has auspicious and inauspicious house lords. For every light, for every natural talent or skill that we direct our attention towards, there must also be a shadow. And that's why we have this weird looking dude with a strong arm and a weak arm. It's because this is actually how everybody operates, is that every rising sign has positive, easy things that come naturally to them. And every rising sign has inherent weaknesses, aspects of the chart that don't come as naturally to them. So don't fret or feel defeated when you're learning about your inauspicious planets. Remember, auspicious basically means like something that just brings you natural good luck and ease. Inauspicious means something that brings difficulty, something that is harder to get into. And we all have this. You know, this is why we have to understand everybody deals with the same cards in the deck. You know, it's like a game, you know, like those Magic the Gathering games or Pokemon cards. If there was a card that was stronger than everybody else, everybody would want to get it, everybody would get it, and then everybody would use it, and then the game wouldn't be as fair. It would just be annoying. It's like, oh, okay, he's got a Charizard and I don't, so he's going to win. Why are we even trying? Astrology there's no Charizards in astrology. Everybody ultimately, while some decks have things that are stacked and stronger, that means that they have weakness in certain aspects, while other rising signs have those strengths, but also the opposite weaknesses. All balances out in the end. There's no stronger rising signs. And all sages consider their worst karmas as the most satisfying to release. Now, what do planetary lords mean to the ascendant, to the lagna? When you hear the word lagna, the lasagna, it means the rising sign, for anybody who's curious about that. Now, the ascendant or the rising sign is the life path. It's numero uno. It's the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. The rising sign is the first cosmic glimmer of light in the chart. So this is, again, it's kind of how we all get around. It's a filter. Because remember, the rising sign is the filter of the earth. The planets are all around the sun, and even the earth is going around the sun. And the position of those planets from Earth's perspective is astrology. But somebody could have 5 planets in Scorpio, and from the Earth's perspective, they're all loaded up in the same place in Scorpio. And a Gemini rising will deal with the themes of Scorpio very much differently from an Aries rising, because its lord, the lord of Scorpio, which is Mars, means something very different based on the positions from the rising sign. The Earth spinning is like the filter of all those planets. And so all those planets in its sign are a set thing. They're good or bad, depending on if those planets like that sign. You know, Saturn doesn't do well in Scorpio, but Mars does. If Mars and Saturn and the Sun are all in Scorpio, there's going to be good things and bad things there. But what those placements mean, it's going to be very different from an Aries rising than it is to a Gemini rising. Now let's start digging into what exactly this means. So each rising sign considers certain planets to be good or bad, auspicious or inauspicious. The auspiciousness or a goodness of a planet depends on the nature of the soul intention of the consciousness using it. And this has to do with the rising sign. And of course, even cruel or malefic planets are useful in their own ways. You know, for example, like an Aries rising, obviously, is going to use Mars, the malefic, in a much more constructive way, usually, than any other rising sign, because that's part of their nature. And it's actually good for them to lean into that malefic energy. The inherent nature of the planets don't change, but each person's nature wields these planets differently, expands their life force through it differently, according to the instincts of the ascendant, the rising sign. So what defines the relationship of the ascendant to its houses? What defines these positive relationships with one house over another? Why is one house more positive than another? Why is the 5th house always happier than the 6th house? The 6th house always causes trouble. You're going to see that it comes down to the inherent nature and intention of the rising sign. Why is it that Gemini can be so neurotic and anal about the things that are ultimately going to bring them gains in life? It's because Scorpio rules the 6th house, and Aries rules the 11th house. Mars rules the 6th and the 11th, and it's an inauspicious planet for Gemini. So it's antsy, it's tough, it's malefic. It's hard to deal with. It's malefic anyway, but it's doubly malefic for a Gemini rising. But of course, the pluses are also here in Gemini too. Why is it that Gemini can devote themselves so strongly and so lovingly to their recreational, creative passions and practices? It's because Taurus rules the 12th house, and Libra. So Venus rules the 12th house of Taurus, as well as the 5th house of Libra. So Gemini falls in love with its passions. It surrenders to it in a 12th house way. It loses itself in it. It can even face loss. It can face losing money. It can face debt in order to pour into a passion that is really the main reason for Gemini being alive in a lot of ways. So this shows that how the houses are placed tells us something about the character of the rising sign. And, why is it that Gemini is the way it is? It's because of its relationship to the signs. We all hear about what Gemini's like. They're flitty, they're scattered. You'll notice that all the things you've heard about Gemini correlate with when we start discussing what each planet rules for Gemini rising. It's a very beautiful thing. Astrology teaches us itself just by doing what astrology does. A good astrologer doesn't necessarily need to read in books about the nature of Gemini rising to know what Gemini is. They just need to look at how the other signs are placed from Gemini and to know the rules about the houses, the inherent rules of what makes a house good or bad, etc. And these are those rules. I got this information from the Asheville Vedic Astrology Apprenticeship Program. For anybody who's interested, you can look at the bottom of this video, in the description rather, and you'll find a link to RYAN KURCZAK'S Astrology Apprenticeship Program. I highly recommend it if you're interested in this stuff. Now, let's look at the nature of the planets for each rising sign due to the lordship of houses. These are universal rules that are always true. I feel like I'm on the... This is cool, but it's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. What is it that makes a planet auspicious, bringing luck, or inauspicious, which brings difficulty? Now, every ascendant sign modifies these rules slightly. They have different relationships in different ways. But there's some that are fixed. For example, you'll always see that the lords of the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th are pretty much basically always auspicious. In fact, Gemini is one of the only signs where this is kind of debated. As we can see, Saturn rules the 9th house for Gemini, as well as the unstable 8th house. And that's why Saturn is considered neutral for Gemini. But it's generally, this is something that we always say about Gemini, is that Saturn is quasi-neutral in this way. It always brings instability, but it's still the 9th lord. And the 9th lord is actually the most auspicious house, no matter what. So it's both. We got to be Geminis when we are reading the chart of a Gemini. Is Saturn inauspicious or is it auspicious? Sorry, I'll say it again. Is Saturn inauspicious or auspicious for a Gemini? Well, it's both. It brings good luck through the 9th house and instability through the 8th house. Because Saturn rules the 9th house, which is a good thing, and the 8th house, which is an unstable thing. Technically, in my opinion, the 8th house is kind of neutral, and the goodness of the 9th house paints it positive. So it's good for Gemini to be a bit unstable in following what they want, what their dharma is. Now, I have somebody who's asking for a little definition here, just to give, just to bring everybody to an understanding here. Auspicious means positive, brings luck. And inauspicious means it gives difficulty. So when you see the A here, I guess you're not going to see it here. Usually I'll show this little picture here. The A is an auspicious, and it's green. And the I is inauspicious, and that means it doesn't bring luck per se. It brings the sign a bit of difficulty. But of course, it's a difficulty that it's their shadow that everybody has to deal with, that you have to find in a balance with your auspicious planets. You know, it's almost as in astrology, it's generally you want your auspicious planets to be good, because then they can deal with, even if you have inauspicious planets that are gone astray and causing you difficulty, your auspicious planets will have something to hold on to while the wind of the inauspicious planets causes difficulty and harm. You know, if you're a Gemini and you've got good Mercury or a good Venus or a good Saturn, then if your Mars has gone bad and it causes much destruction, it doesn't matter if Gemini has an insubordinate Mars that's causing them trouble. If they have a good Mercury and a good Venus, the good things in their lives will remain even while all this destructiveness happens. If you're a Gemini and you have a good Mars, but you've got a bad Venus and a bad Mercury, then your destructive tendencies are not going to destroy you, but then you don't have anything good to show for that staying alive, that stability. If you've got a wrecked, inauspicious planet, especially if it's the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th Lord, if those are wrecked, then you will have more difficulty than anything caused by having good inauspicious planets, right? Hey there, MJ. MJ is asking, how is Taurus 12th house auspicious? We are about to answer that question now, MJ. It's a good question. Why is Taurus auspicious? Remember when I was saying that the friends of Mercury, I mean, this isn't the exact answer, but this is partly an answer. The friends of Mercury is Venus and also Saturn. I mean, Saturn's not technically a friend, but Saturn is in the grouping with Mercury. This is part of the reason, by the way, why Saturn is neutral for a Gemini rising. It's actually not a friend to Mercury, and that's partly why it can cause trouble. It's a very interesting thing. It's both and we're going to talk about that. But in terms of Taurus, Taurus is ruled by Venus, which is Mercury's friend, and Mercury rules Gemini. And more importantly, the 12th house is kind of neutral, as we're about to show. But if the planet that rules the 12th house also rules a positive house, like the 5th house, the 12th house becomes positive. The 12th house becomes you know how the 12th house can bring loss, people say? Like I said, with Gemini, Gemini's 12th house brings it loss by devoting selflessly to the 5th house. Usually that's its love, its passion. The 5th house is very like spiritual. If you have a good Venus, for a Gemini, it kind of shows like a spiritual bank book where you've always devoted yourself selflessly, fearlessly to something, even when you know you had to suffer to do whatever's going on with the 5th house. All the planets that are inside the 5th house. Gemini will suffer. They're willing to suffer for that which they love, which they have a spiritual burgeoning passion for. And this is why the 12th house, Taurus, because Venus rules Taurus, the 12th house, and Venus rules the 5th house of Libra. So that's why Taurus is auspicious, because that usually whatever's going on in Taurus will show something that they're letting go of in order to dedicate themselves to a very positive, creative love through the 5th house. So Taurus is positive for Gemini rising in this way. I hope that answers your question, MJ. Now, let's start looking at these rules, again, just so everybody can see where we're getting at here. The lords, and this is true for all rising signs, although each rising sign modifies it slightly. The lord of the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th houses, that's the trines, the triangles, the 1st house, the 5th house, and the 9th house, they're pretty much basically always auspicious. These are houses of purpose, inspiration, and grace. It makes sense because it's in the trine of the nature of the rising sign. Gemini is an air sign, Libra is an air sign, and Aquarius is an air sign. Since they're all air signs, they all have to do with your very most basic nature. The lords of the 1st house, these are the angles. No problem, MJ. I'm glad you enjoyed that. The lords of the angles, which are called the Kendra, they can be auspicious or inauspicious. It depends on the cruel or gentle nature of the planet. What do we mean by this? This is for the angles. Basically, this is how it's conveyed, folks, is that when a planet is ruling an angle, it's usually if an auspicious planet rules an angle, if a benefic planet rules an angle, it's not considered a good thing. In this case, we can see this happening with Gemini rising because Mercury is kind of a neutral. It's not benefic or malefic. Plus, it is in part of the rising sign. So Gemini can't really hate Mercury. It can't really hate its own nature. So Mercury, even though it rules the first and the fourth house, which are angles, Mercury is still considered auspicious for Gemini because it's itself. Now Jupiter is a benefic. It lets things in. And it's not good to just take in wholesale whatever's going on the angles. We see Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces, and Jupiter is considered inauspicious. So what's happening here? The reason is because when a benefic planet rules an angle, it's not because the angles are like opportunities. They're like the world around us. And Jupiter and Venus in particular, if they're just willy-nilly letting anything come in through the angles, there'll usually be trouble that comes through the gate. It's not usually considered a good thing to have Jupiter or Venus ruling angles, because a malefic planet does better with an angle, because Mars, for example, makes a good goalie. When you have Scorpio or Aries ruling an angle, that angle will usually be a good sign, an auspicious planet sign, because it can swipe away that which is not good. That the influences coming from outside which are not aligned with the spirit, so that you can always be connected to the spirit with regard to that angle. When a benefic rules an angle, it's not as good. And this is why Jupiter kind of lets in any old thing when it comes to the 7th house and the 10th house for Gemini rising. Geminis have trouble with love, and their lovers will typically be people who help them to be a power couple in a way. So Gemini is looking for a utility in their lovers. And when they see that this person seems to be doing the purpose that I need to help me get farther in my career, usually, I enjoy this person enough, and they give me this enjoyment that makes me feel good about my career. That's all I'm really looking for, says Gemini. Love, of course, is a much deeper thing than this. The utility that Gemini is seeking through Jupiter becomes a detriment because they're not listening to their inner voice in regards to the whole picture of what a lover is. If Gemini does not use Saturn when it comes to love, they have to kind of be a little bit, unstable in love, Gemini. They have to risk the possibility that the true love they feel in their heart is going to connect them somewhere with deeper purpose. If Gemini doesn't connect to the 9th house, which is the true house of marriage, then they just use the Jupiter willy-nilly feeling that this person's going to get me farther in life. They'll take the gift, but they won't see what's inside it, which is the heart of a person who's everyone else except for Gemini is looking for a full-fledged, true, real love connection. Gemini is one of the particular signs that looks for utility first and a deeper love connection possibly after. And if the Gemini they have to feel like that love is almost like I have to surrender some stability in order to get the real love thing. If Gemini doesn't feel that there's a little bit of instability promised in their love, then they're just going by pure Jupiter. We're going to talk about that as we go along. But this is just classic Gemini stuff. So the point is that having a benefic like Jupiter ruling the angles, the 1st and the 10th, the 7th and the 10th, is actually to the detriment of Gemini, to anybody who has a benefic ruling an angle, because they can just let any old willy-nilly thing in. Geminis can have great passion when it comes to what they do in their lives, their beloved skills. But when it comes to their career, they will often pick a career that is just like the first easiest thing that they picked, just so they can save money and devote themselves to a deeper recreational activity through Venus, through the 5th house. That's Gemini's bread and butter. So they'll just pick any old career. And often, if they've got a bad Jupiter, it's a career that will limit them severely. But they'll just pick it because they just need to make money to stay alive. Now, this is the point, is that when Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury own an angle, it's considered to be inauspicious. These planets are not discerning about the opportunism represented by the angles. They don't deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong or rigid fashion, which is what you need to do with the angles. Now, a malefic, like the Sun, Mars, or Saturn, that rules an angle, the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, or the 10th, is considered to be auspicious. It's a good thing when a hard malefic is ruling an angle. These planets have learned the hard way to constructively maintain whatever comes through the gate of the angle, which brings confrontation and opportunity. They make the best of what's going on, what's coming up to them, and they handle it. They don't just take it wholesale. They're discerning about it, and that's a good thing. So that's what's going on with the angles. And remember, these are general rules. Each rising sign is going to take to it a little bit differently, as we see with Gemini. Because Gemini, we know that Mercury typically isn't good on an angle. But again, Mercury is the rising sign lord, so it's not going to hate itself. That's why Gemini's 4th house, Virgo, is an auspicious sign, and it is well placed. Now, the lords of the 2nd, the 8th, and the 12th are considered neutral. These are houses that are not really good or bad. They're just kind of neutral. And they get painted the color of whatever planet they're associated with. Now, Mercury, in fact, Gemini is the only rising sign with 3 neutral signs. Now we see with the 2nd house, remember the 2nd house is typically neutral, as we said. The Lord of the 2nd house is not auspicious or inauspicious, which means wherever the moon is placed, if it's placed good, then it's a good planet, then it's a good house. If it's placed bad, and if it's got difficulty in its sign, then it's a bad planet, and the 2nd house will not be served. So Gemini doesn't have a set 2nd house. Its finances are going to be good or bad, stable or not, depending on where the moon is and how well the moon is placed. Now, it's the same thing with Gemini's 8th house, which really goes to show a real interesting mutability with regards to Gemini's finances. Geminis can make themselves very financially fortunate, and it's amazing when you think about it. Most signs either have like an equal amount of positives. If Gemini has a bad moon and a bad Saturn, then their inauspicious planets are stacked. Gemini can get very unlucky. Things just screw with them if their neutral planets are in bad places. But if Gemini has a good moon and a good Saturn, then all of a sudden they've got more green than red planets. They've got more luck and can actually be very lucky, and things just support them in life. So this is, again, very Gemini, is that there's a lot depends on the devil in the details when it comes to Gemini rising, what planets are lucky for them and what planets are not. And of course, we know the 12th house is also considered neutral. So with these neutral signs and houses, if another planet rules a neutral sign and that planet is a positive planet, then that neutral sign is going to be painted positive. In the case of Gemini, we see again the 12th house is a neutral house. It's typically neither good or bad. But if the same planet ruling it also rules a positive house, then it becomes lucky. In the case of Gemini, Venus rules Libra, the 5th house, which is positive, and the 12th house. So the 12th house becomes painted white. It becomes painted auspicious and lucky. Now we see there are signs that are always not so good. And the signs that are always not so good for every rising sign generally tends to be the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th houses. The 11th house is the most difficult. We're going to talk about that when we get to Mars for Gemini. The 11th house, the 3rd, and the 6th, these cause us to lose our inspiration, to lose our wealth and our health, and to lose our enjoyment. These planets can cause us to waste power and activity in the world. Now, if you have an important yoga for wealth, desire, purpose, health, success, etc., but if it's wrapped up with the 3rd, the 6th, or the 11th, these could break it. You know, if you've got a very strong Venus, let's say, for a Gemini rising, let's say you've got a nice strong Venus and it is with a nice strong Mercury and they're both together in the 5th house. That would mean that there's great luck. The identity involved itself with its passions in a lucky way where you identify with the good things in your soul, because the 1st house, the 1st Lord, Mercury, is in the 5th house. It's being delighted by its friend Venus. That can make for a powerful, powerful yoga, by the way. But if we find that the 3rd Lord, which would be the Sun is in Libra, and it's kind of combusting and hurting Venus and Mercury, this is going to break that yoga. It's going to break that luck. Now, the Sun would be debilitated here. So it's possible that Venus is in its own sign. Mercury is in its happy sign in Libra. Both of them like to be in the 5th house. The Sun isn't that strong in the 5th house, and it's not that strong in Libra. So this Sun might not fully break the yoga. That Gemini might still get great things out of Mercury and Venus being together in Libra. The Sun will cause trouble, but it probably won't damn them. Now, if you have Mercury and Venus, they're the 1st Lord and the 5th Lord. These are lucky planets. If they're both together in Aries, and the Sun is in Aries, the Sun is the unlucky 3rd Lord, right? Because Leo rules the 3rd house. Gemini is 1st, Cancer is 2nd, Leo is 3rd. So the Sun rules Leo, the 3rd house. It's an inauspicious house, as we've seen, right? It's one of these yoga breaker houses. It's because of the hungriness of the 3rd house is so desires to be bossy or to explore its own things. And if the Sun is in Aries with Mercury and Venus in Aries, the Sun is exalted in Aries. It's very strong, and it's probably going to bust that yoga. It's probably going to bust the good things that are coming from Gemini, from Mercury and Venus being together in that sign. So this is an example of how these yoga breakers can kind of work. But ultimately, the 3rd Lord, which is the Sun, the 6th Lord, which is Mars, and of course Mars also rules the 11th house, which is a tricky difficulty. These are the 3 most inauspicious houses. And Mars rules 2 of them, the 2 strongest. Mars rules the unlucky 11th and the unhappy 6th house. So we're going to talk about that as we go along, talking about Gemini, how Mars is the Achilles heel of Gemini. Mars' desire for being malefically tough in a way to get farther with something in its understanding is going to make or break what's happening for a Gemini. It's going to essentially, Gemini will often do stupid things to get ahead, to succeed. And they will, because they're curious. This seems to be the way to do things. There's a lot of mob bosses that are Gemini risings with a messed up Mars. There are a lot of terrorists. There are a lot of celebrities that get frowned upon for doing dirty deeds because they're a Gemini rising with an insubordinate Mars that is messing something up in the chart. So be very careful with your Mars as a Gemini rising. We're going to talk about that as we go along. Do you think gemstones work? If yes, other than 1 through 5, 9 houses, which house gem can be tried? You'll have to explain a little bit better what you're trying to say here, Minor, because the gemstones generally are something that work. Gemstones are cool. I wouldn't hold my breath on a gemstone completely fixing my karma. You've got to use the gemstone, see its qualities, and try to bring out the most positive qualities of the planet that it represents. For example, if you've got a really messed up Mars for Gemini rising, you might want to buy a ruby or something that will pacify Mars. You know, a Jupiter stone might be a good thing. So you can take your Mars energy and use it in more benefic ways, constructive ways, such as a Jupiter way that'll give your Mars more wisdom and foresight so it's not stupid with its energy. If you have a ruby, you can ground yourself in it. If you've got a messed up Mars as a Gemini rising, okay, Minor tells us that your Mars is in Gemini, and that's in the first house. So that's a difficult Mars. And your Rahu is in Sagittarius. So if your Rahu is in Sagittarius, that means your Ketu is in Gemini. So you've got Mars and Ketu, the south node, in Gemini. And Mars is causing the trouble that we've talked about. So get yourself a ruby. If you, again, I would see an astrologer about that condition. And you're going to learn how to deal with your Mars through your psychology and through therapy and through actual practical constructive ways that you can explore in your experience. Then when you find a way to handle that Mars in Gemini with that south node there, the ruby will be a way for you to ground your therapeutic lessons. Don't just buy the ruby and think, oh good, I'm healed now. That's what many people do, and they end up getting fucked up from it. I hope that's helpful, Minor. I hope that gives you a better sense of what these gemstones are actually supposed to do. When you use the power of your devotion and the lessons you've learned to ground it in a gemstone, it can be powerful, but it's only an adjunct to that hard therapy work. So, these are the nature of these yoga breakers. The Lord of the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th are always bringing some difficulty in this way. Each rising sign brings different modified results to the expression of this general formula. If you want to know more, check out Asheville Vedic Astrology's website and YouTube channel to see more of how each of these ascendants and their specific results play out in a chart. This is Gemini rising. As we can see, this is Gemini on the top right corner. The second house is neutral. Third house is inauspicious. The fourth and the fifth are auspicious. The 6th and the 7th cause trouble. The 8th and the 9th are neutral, destabilizing, but can be chaotic for positive reasons or negative reasons. The 10th and the 11th are inauspicious and unlucky. And then the 12th is auspicious. And of course, this is that same map drawn out in a way that everybody can kind of see it. The first house, Gemini and Virgo, are auspicious. The 5th and 12th are auspicious. Cancer, Capricorn, and Aquarius, the 2nd, 8th, and 9th are all neutral. And then the Sun, Mars, and Jupiter-ruled signs are all inauspicious and give some difficulty. Now, we are on to the next thing here, folks. We're going to start, let's take a look at a big picture of Gemini rising from a Vedic astrology book. This is one of my favorite books. This has given me much of my understanding that I reckon with astrology. Oh yeah, I was going to do this at some point. This book is called Light on Life, An Introduction to the Astrology of India. This is by Robert E. Svoboda, and Dr. Hart de Fauw, both of whom are good, very just wonderful Vedic astrologers. Now, these guys are in the sidereal astrology tradition, which means they're not a tropical astrologer like me. So it's something to consider when we read some of their stuff. We got to kind of take it in that context. But when it comes to them reading the rising signs, they're usually pretty good. But I am going to mention if they say anything that I feel is worthy of digesting from my tropical perspective. So again, this is Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. Right now we are looking at Gemini lagna, Gemini rising. What are some of the qualities that get brought together from everything that we've just discussed in this picture here? Maybe I'll just leave this here. Yeah, I'm going to leave this here as we go along with this part of the reading. Fruity. Stay hydrated, folks. Now, Dr. Svoboda and Dr. Hart de Fauw tell us Gemini's symbol, the twins, proclaims it to be the most dual of the four dual Rashis. Some people say it's twins. Ernst Wilhelm actually has conveyed that he is more of the opinion that in the most classic understanding of what Gemini really is, it's not necessarily two twins born of the same parents. It's actually a man and a woman. A man with a club and a woman with a lute. And this is really the two sides of Gemini. It's a male and a female, and it's a tough, aggressive male combined with a sensuous, sultry, music-playing female. So there is a strong dualism with Gemini, more so than any of the other dual signs. When we say dual signs in Vedic astrology, it means the mutable signs. Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces. So since these two are a male and a female, Gemini natives tend to blend both male and female energies within themselves. This blending does not necessarily promote happiness through progeny, though, because Venus is lord of the 5th house of children as well as the 12th house of loss, which implies expenditures through children. It's often the case that Gemini will have to spend a lot and lose a lot and feel like they've wasted a lot on whatever is represented by their 5th house. This conjoining of the houses number 5 and house number 12 does, however, encourage enjoyment. Since the 12th house rules enjoyment, the 5th house rules play, and Venus is the signifier of pleasure. The 12th house does rule like bed pleasures and a deep enjoyment, a relaxing release into some kind of activity. So this combination particularly suggests sexual enjoyment. Interestingly, the word for Gemini in Sanskrit, there's several words for all the different signs, but Vedically, classically, the word used to describe Gemini is Maithuna. And Maithuna means sexual intercourse. It also relates to the word couple. It's a coupling. It's the intercourse of two things and enjoying the two, enjoying the yin and the yang, putting that sweet little dot inside each other and flowing and enjoying the compensation of each other's strengths and weaknesses. And Maithuna, yes, it happens to be the Sanskrit name for the constellation Gemini. Now, because all the kendras, the angles in Gemini rising, are controlled by dual rashis, by mutable signs, right? When you look at Gemini rising, Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces all rule the angles, just like all the other dual signs. Just like Virgo, all the mutable signs are like this. Their angles are ruled by mutable signs. So like all the dual signs or mutable signs, Geminis tend to be dual-minded about relationships and residence, where they live. And this is particularly true of career. The reason is they're very finicky with their career. Now, I wonder if anybody can guess why. There is a clear understanding, if you understand what I often talk about, where where a planet is exalted and debilitated shows where that planet is buttered, which side that planet is buttered on. So for Gemini is ruled by Mercury. Mercury is exalted in Virgo, which means Gemini has a very good sense of its private life. But this means that it will often extend itself into a private life that limits its career life, because it's not thinking about its career as much, because Mercury is debilitated in Pisces. So not only is Pisces an inauspicious house lord, remember, like I said, Jupiter rules Pisces, and Jupiter rules the angle of the 10th house. So Gemini is very willy-nilly. Any old career will do. And not only do they not put as much attention into a specific career, but their private home life will often go first. And so they can be kind of insubordinate at their job in this way. So Geminis in particular are finicky about their career because the rising lord, which is the movable planet Mercury, is debilitated in the 10th house of profession. Geminis are frequently attracted to the arts as a profession because Venus, which rules the creative 5th house and itself is the significator of the creative arts, Venus is exalted in the 10th house, interestingly. So Gemini's passions through the arts, this is generally where their passions, the 5th house, is going to go. It's going to go towards Pisces, where it's exalted. Their passions, they enact in a professional way that would relate to their career. But their identity itself is not as interested in career as in their private home existence. Geminis may not succeed in this aim, however, because Venus is also the lord of the 12th house of loss. So a lot of the times Gemini will just move itself into a professionalism with its art and not necessarily do anything with it, and even waste time and money and energy with their passion for whatever art that they're getting so good at. It's not always a bad thing. There will always be a feeling of waste. Like this, I didn't get enough out of this. But that's part of the 12th house energy of Gemini. And the 12th house energy is spiritually benefic, even though it's often materially detrimental in order to be that way. It's an open door for Gemini to devote itself enjoyably to something that helps them touch God. But by doing so, they let go of the earth in the process. Gemini natives are credited with loquacity. Hello, Teresa. Nice to see you. Very nice to see you, as usual. Gemini natives are credited with loquacity, presumably both because the moon, who is renowned for its fluctuations, rules the 2nd house of speech, and also because Mercury, who rules speech, also rules the rising sign. So loquacity means like being able to have a poetic turn of phrase, being able to say things in a very specific, poetic way. They like to just chatter and jibber jabber. And, the 2nd house is recognized as being the representative of the throat, of speech, of talking. So the moon, with its adaptability and fluidity, will just blah, 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 coming through the throat of the 2nd house, because Cancer rules the 2nd house. Speech may not always serve Geminis well, however, for the moon is Mercury's enemy. if you guys remember us discussing Mercury's friends and enemies, we can see that the moon, again, is one of Mercury's enemies. So oftentimes, Gemini will say things just for the sake of saying it. They just want to be able to say whatever they feel like saying. I've said it because I wanted to say it. And it can get them into trouble because Gemini really wants to be an airy thing. It wants to be a warm hand on a cool day and a cold hand on a hot day. But the moon makes them not able to do that. The moon says, this is what I'm going to be regardless of the situation. And this is what I'm going to say regardless of the situation. And it will get them into trouble unless they have a good moon. If they have a good moon, they'll eventually learn not to do that. If they don't, then their emotions and all things related to the moon will get Gemini into trouble, particularly financially, obviously. They can't, because our word is our manifestation. So the moon will say many blah, 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 blah things about what it thinks it wants, but never grip a solid thing on how it wants to create money, on how it wants to create abundance. Because Gemini is the third house of intellect. Naturally, the third sign of intellect, we should say. So Gemini is the third sign of intellect in the natural zodiac. Sorry, I'll say that again. Gemini is the third sign in the natural zodiac. And the number 3, it relates with intellect. And because the sun rules the third house of a Gemini rising, Gemini natives tend to rely and identify with their instincts, particularly because Mercury itself is the planet of intellect. So they've got good intelligence and good instincts, or at least they rely on their instincts, so they better have good ones, right? It's often said that the sign that resonates with the numerology of the sign of the rising sign is going to be important and have goodness. So since Gemini is sign number 3, its third house is going to be important, and that happens to be Leo. That happens to be the masculine sign, Leo, ruled by the sun. So this is part of the pushiness and the intelligence, of the outgoing, pushy intelligence of Gemini that we all love, that they can go for things in this way. Oh, cool. Teresa's mom is Gemini rising. Teresa's mom is a Gemini rising, and she was a career counselor at a community college. She wore a hemp shirt with a marijuana leaf on it, and she argued with her boss when her boss told her that it was inappropriate. Very Gemini. Love it. It's like, I'm going to say the thing, and y'all are just going to have to deal. Very interesting. Thank you for sharing, Teresa. So Gemini has a reliance on their instincts and their intellect through their sign number 3 on the rising sign, and Leo rules the third house, which means wherever Leo is, you're going to identify with it deeply anyway. If you'll notice with all the rising signs, wherever Leo is, it shows a deep part of your identity. So it just happens to be the third house for Gemini. And again, the third house is going to be important for the third sign on the rising sign. So there's a lot locked up into Leo as the third lord here. And it shows there's a great identity with this pushy capacity to explore instincts. Now, this reliance, however, it may create difficulties for those Geminis who set out to pursue a spiritual path, especially since Saturn, the lord of the 9th house of spirituality, is a materialist graha, a materialist planet, who also happens to be the lord of the 8th house, which is the negation house to the 9th. It's the 12th from the 9th. So this is often the case with Capricorn and Aquarius, is that Aquarius rules, Capricorn rules the 12th from Aquarius, always. So this isn't uncommon, but it happens to be the case that the 9th house, which is a very important house of religion, of having a purpose in life, is also ruled by the same planet that rules the 8th house, which is destabilizing because it's the 12th from the 9th. But it's also destabilizing because the 8th is an unhappy, destabilizing influence in every chart. So the tendency to be materialistic in this way, to follow a materialistic dharma, is compounded by the fact that Mercury is the enemy of Jupiter, who is the natural significator of spirituality. Jupiter's not an enemy, Jupiter is not an enemy to Mercury, but Mercury is an enemy to Jupiter. Jupiter has a set path and says, this is clearly the way that you are going to get internal happiness and soul joy. And Gemini just has to say, are we sure that that's the only way? I'm going to wiggle around and I'm going to see if there's anything else. So Geminis often don't grip their happiness. They can see something that clearly would make them happy, but they have to think like, I have to experiment first before I land on this. And especially if they don't have a good Saturn, they'll never land on anything. It's the thing about Gemini, one thing that you got to watch for with Gemini. Geminis usually prefer philosophy to devotional practices when they do go about a spiritual path. They like philosophy because it stretches their brain and their intellect and forces them to try things, play with things, rather than just strictly devoting themselves to this or that, even to helping people. You know, they've got to see the sense in it through their own explored laboratory of their senses, which can be a good thing or a bad thing. It really depends on how everything is placed in the chart. You know, a Gemini with Jupiter exalted in Cancer, it's in the 2nd house. Jupiter likes to be close to the 1st house. You know, and if they've got Saturn, you know, exalted in the 5th house, or Saturn well placed generally, Geminis can make wonderful spiritual advocates who think about spirituality and how to convey spirituality to people in a whole new way that can completely break apart limiting dogmas in religion. Geminis are very important when it comes to religion in this way, because a true spiritual advocate doesn't just do what the priest said because that's what the priest, I'm going to burn in hell if I don't. A true spiritual advocate is, they apply the science of spirit to their sense and experience the goodness of that devotion. They experience drinking the water of spirit for themselves. They don't drink the Kool-Aid and just bow to the feet of a priest, hoping that this is probably going to get me some good. Geminis actively apply their capacity to bring spiritual realization within themselves and within other people because they're just so curious. But again, they have to have the right planetary placements in order for them to know that this is the path that they're on. Otherwise, they can get scattered on it. Gemini people tend to have unstable health because Mercury is the enemy of Mars. Again, this is the same way. No, actually, in this way, yeah. Mars is a neutral to Mercury. So if Mercury falls in Aries, it's not in the worst place. It's in a neutral sign. If Mercury falls in Scorpio, it's in a neutral sign. It's not the worst place. But if Mars falls into Gemini or Virgo, Mars has difficulty because Mars has Mercury for an enemy. So because Mercury is the enemy of Mars, Gemini people tend to have unstable health because Mars rules the 6th house. Mars being the lord of the 6th house and the 11th, which is the 6th from the 6th. There's a lot of heavy, this is how Vedic people think, you know, and this is a thing. The 11th house is the 6th house from the 6th house. So your 6th house is going to make or break how you can manage and deal with the things in the 11th house. So legacies and wills are something that Gemini often has to whittle and to pay close attention to and not be too aggressive and pushy about, or else they'll lose it. If they have a bad Mars, they might end up losing their wealth that they've built throughout their lives in their old age. Mars being the lord of the 6th and the 11th, which is the 6th from the 6th, and also being the significator of the 6th house, is for Gemini triply potentiated to cause disease. This situation may also indicate ill health to friends or older siblings who are ruled by the 11th house. So Geminis often find that it's hard for them to lean on the permanent good health of the people that they work with, the people that they work for, and their friends, their brothers, their siblings. Their siblings can often get ill health. Gemini can't lean too much on that because Mars rules the 6th house and the 11th house, and the 11th is the 6th from the 6th. It's just an interesting take on how the Vedic people think of Bhavat Bhavam, which is the houses from the houses. You know, there's a lot of cool stuff there that you can find in astrology. So, it is now 1 o'clock. We've gone pretty much about 2 hours into our reading thus far, folks. With no internet skippies, at least not from what I can tell. How about you guys? Is my screen is my voice in alignment with my screen? I wonder if you guys are listening, if you could let me know if that seems to be okay. You know, when my mouth moves, I wonder if the picture goes in alignment with my mouth moving and whether the sound is in alignment with the picture. Let me know when you guys can. Yes, it's aligned. Thank you, Teresa. Yeah, cool. So that's good. It seems like my internet issues are getting to be less of a deal, which means hopefully that you guys are going to start seeing me more doing this stuff online. That being said, we're about to go into the next part, folks. But I think I'm going to go to the bathroom first. Let's all take a little break. We're going to come back in just a moment, and we are going to continue our conversation about Gemini. Thanks for waiting, folks, and thanks for watching. I'll just be one moment. Hello, hello. Greetings. Bonjour. Comment ça va? Irene has decided to join us. Nice to see you, Irene. My main girls and Irene and Teresa are with me. Now I'm at full power. Yeah. This is my final form. It's nice to see you guys. Nice to be doing this. Like I've been saying to everybody, I took a little breaky break. I'm writing a book right now that is taking up all of my time. And not only that, but I've been living at a place where my internet has been used by everybody. But 2 of the folks have left, so I think possibly through September, I might be able to do more of these videos. I'm going to do more nakshatra things. Although it's the end of summer, so I'm also doing summer things. And if I want to hang out with a friend who I haven't hung out with for a while, and Thursday is the only day they can do it, so be it. I must listen to my heart in the summer, or else I will be depressed and shitty in the winter. Well, I'm never really that bad, but I'm always better if I had a good summer. So, let me see here. We have one ting and another ting. Yeah. Okay. What is this? No. Okay. We're just about onto the next part here, ladies and gentlemen. Go away. Do 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 do. Yes, folks, the next situation-y dealio is upon us. Welcome to the second half of this video. See the eyebrows. We are on to the next part where we are going to discuss things. See you, Maui Logic. Nice seeing ya. Thanks for coming. And for everybody who's been watching live, thank you for hanging out. It's nice to see you all, and it's nice to have a community of folks hanging out with me while I talk about my passion for tropical Vedic astrology. For all of you watching now, of course, this is a live stream. Feel free to ask questions. I'm a tropical Vedic astrologer, which means, really, if you're a sidereal person, this video should still be useful and fun and informative for you. But I follow tropical, which means any Western practitioners, if you're watching, I don't bring the signs back 23 degrees. I do it the same that most Westerners do it. In this next part of the video, we're going to start talking about each individual planet and what it means for Gemini rising, what it means to the individual rising sign that we are discussing. So this is the next huge chunk of our video, folks. Let's start moving through it. In the beginning, we're going to talk a little bit about what is Gemini rising like in its own capacity. Gemini lagna is another way of saying it. And these are, of course, the same positions, the auspicious and inauspicious lords, as well as the neutral lords that we would have seen in this picture here. Right? So that's the same thing that we're basically looking at here. For Gemini rising, this comes from a book called Parashara, Horashastra. In fact, I have it here. This is the Bible. It's the gospel book of Hindu astrology with master key to divination. Brihat Parashara Horus Shastra is, unfortunately, it's full of kinks. It's full of weird translations. You know, I really recommend going through the work of Ernst Wilhelm to find the guts of how these ought to be understood and interpolated and translated. That being said, there are a lot of things that come from Parashara that are still good and useful and solid. This is one of those things. This is Parashara gives all of these sorts of things that gives us a little glimpse into what each rising sign jives like, what they vibe like, and the planets, what the planets mean to each rising sign. So for Gemini rising, we see that Mars, Jupiter, and the Sun are all considered evil. Venus is the only auspicious one. Jupiter's yoga with Saturn is like that caused for Aries, which is not good. We look up over here at Aries rising. Just see, you guys can see me, yep. Saturn, Mercury, and Venus are blah, blah, blah. So this is Aries. It doesn't really tell us much other than Venus is a killer with the qualities of a Marika. Saturn and all the evil grahas are also killers. I mean, that's Aries in its own thing. I was expecting him to say something about a yoga between the two. But Jupiter's yoga with Saturn is like that caused for Aries. It's probably basically saying that Jupiter rules the 9th and 12th for Aries, and Saturn rules the 10th and 11th for Aries. So it basically damages the yoga. It is not considered good for Aries. In the case of Gemini, we see that Jupiter rules an angle and Saturn rules a trine. And it's usually a good thing when a trine and an angle are working in some kind of yoga. In this case, it is not considered to be as good. It's the shakiness of Jupiter will bring out some less potential qualities of Saturn, particularly because Jupiter is going to get damaged by Saturn in a way, because Jupiter is the natural 9th house planet. Jupiter rules the 9th house. Remember, that's the 9th kind of house for everybody. Jupiter is a karaka for the 9th house. So all this being said, Saturn and Jupiter don't make a great yoga together. The moon is the principal killer in this chart. The moon rules the 2nd house. It's a Marika house. And it produces effects according to its association. We're going to read a little bit about what exactly that means when we get into the moon for Gemini. So generally, Mars, Jupiter, and the Sun are evil. Venus is the only auspicious one. The moon is neutral. It's a killer, and it can be the planet that ends up killing you if you are at the end of your life and you go through a moon dasha or a moon sub-dasha, and the moon is in a certain way in the chart. The moon could be what ends up killing Gemini. It's because it rules the 2nd house. Vedic people know this as the Marika, and this is just a classic thing in Vedic astrology. Don't read too much into that, I would say. The moon's 2nd house, you know, when anything transits the moon, because it rules the 2nd house has to do with your food, with your resources, and with your health, your sustaining health in a strong way. So this why when something goes across it, it's like something is going across a vital lifeline in the chart. And this is why it can be a killer in this way. Thus, the modified results caused by Gemini rising, according to the learned. So we're going to start breaking through all these different things and reading a little bit about what it all means for Gemini rising. It's interesting that Venus is the only auspicious one, which means Venus is it's a load-bearing wall for Gemini. Venus is bound to be important for Gemini. It rules the 5th house. And it's the great benefic for a Gemini rising. The moon and Saturn can have positive qualities, auspicious qualities to it, but nothing is going to be as good at bringing auspicious to Gemini and luck to Gemini as Venus is through its 5th house and its 12th house. That is the universal nature of Gemini. And every Gemini will kind of take on the character that we've just sort of described. Venus is the main auspicious one. Mercury is the second most auspicious. And the moon and Saturn can bring auspiciousness depending on how they're placed in the chart. Now from here, we're going to start getting into what is the nature and quality of each of these planets when it comes to Gemini rising. Each planet, for every person, for every rising sign, it's going to be slightly different, have different things to bring, different qualities, and I always get excited to get to this part because it's neat to see what each planet is really doing for each rising sign. I need to eat something first. Excuse me. I always like to bring a bit of chocolate to these readings. Because I will disappear from the earth if I don't eat at least a little bit of something once in a while when I do these readings. Thank you, 7-Eleven. I'm a Scorpio sun myself, and I would say the food break is definitely an important one for me. One more bite. I'm just going to nibble on that as we go along. Thank you for your patience, folks. Okay. Now let's move on. The first planet that we're going to discuss for a Gemini rising might actually be, interestingly, even though it's not an auspicious planet, the sun is a load-bearing wall for everybody. But we're going to see, as we've been discussing, the sun in a Gemini rising chart is one of the principal load-bearing walls. There's a few reasons why this is. Number one, Gemini is a masculine sign. It's an air sign. It's an odd number. 3 is an odd number. So the sun and the strength of the sun is going to convey something to its strength. As well, for Gemini rising, by the way, it's important for the sun of a Gemini rising for you to be born during the day. If the sun is in the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th house in your chart, and you're a Gemini rising, the closer the sun is to the peak of the noon point You know, if you're born at noon, it's a very good thing for a Gemini rising. Partly because the sun is such a load-bearing wall, as we're talking about. But all masculine signs, all air and fire signs, do better when you are born during the day. This is something that you actually can find out in Hellenistic astrology, as well as many classic ancient astrologies. They talk about the importance of the day, being born during the day versus being born at night. And this is a very important aspect of astrology that is not often considered. There's a few things that stack in terms of your gender. Being a biological man, whatever that means in today's time, you know. When you are born, if you have the fishing tackle, the dick and nuts, that situation, if you have more testosterone in your body, if we have to put it that way, then you will tend to deal through testosterone. And that is conducive to the energy of the fire and air signs. There's a pushiness there, and it will help to increase the power of your sun. So if you are that orient, if you are born during the day, and if you're born during the time of the year that I believe is from Aries to Virgo, these are all things that are conducive to the generation of masculinity in the chart and in your energy field. So Geminis have this sort of pushiness because they're a male sign. That's number one. Number two, Gemini is sign number 3. The number 3 has to do with Mars. Mars is a karaka for the 3rd house. So the 3 is kind of like a pushiness. In Vedic astrology, we have something called the Varga charts. If you look in the D3, the triplicity decanates, the D3 chart is going to say something in terms of your ability to push past resistance, to fight for what you believe in or what you want to do or say when you're in a group situation. The 3rd house is actually a pushy house. And the 3rd house is a pushy house for everybody. Mars rules the universal 3rd house. Again, it's called a karaka for the 3rd house. Gemini being the 3rd sign shows that it operates on this number 3. And as we're going to talk about, Mars is the 3rd planet in the schema of planets. I should mention that first. But I'm just going to finish my train of thought here. Since Gemini is the 3rd sign, the number 3 has a pushiness to it in order to push into whatever it wants to explore. The 9th house is about receiving dharma. The 3rd house is about applying it, pushing it into your experience of what it means for you. The sun, Leo, whatever Leo rules in a chart, wherever it is, it's going to show a deep part of the identity of a person. You know, Scorpios really identify with their career because Leo rules the 10th house. Cancer really identifies with their possessions because Leo rules the 2nd house. Gemini really identifies with the data that it carved through, its unique exploration of its own curiosity, of its ideas. Gemini likes to feel like it's a genius and to push for its genius, to push for novel, innovative ways of doing things, and to be known for the person who got that idea, who carved that path that everybody else would follow. Leo rules the 3rd house for Gemini, and Gemini is the 3rd sign. So Leo as the 3rd house, being a masculine, Leo is a masculine sign and Gemini is a masculine sign. All this goes to show the masculine pushiness that Gemini actually expresses and wants to express. And when masculinity is supported in the chart for a Gemini, whether they're a man or a woman or anything in between, it tends to be good for the Gemini. Now, I should say at this point, no worries, Irene. Glad you came in and popped in and said hello. First thing I should say is, why are we talking about the sun first? Why are we talking about the sun first in terms of what it means to Gemini? When you notice when I go through all these rising sign videos, it follows a certain pattern. And this pattern's given to me by Ernst Wilhelm, but Ernst Wilhelm does it because this is whenever all the ancient sages talked about the planets, they delineated them in this fashion. When they talked about all the qualities of the planets, when they talk about all of the clothing that the planet wears, the color of the planet, the food that the planet represents, the plants that the planet represents, they all have these lists of all these qualities of each planet, and it always follows this certain schema. You might recognize it. Sunday, number 1. The sun operates under the numerology of numero uno, number 1. The moon, Monday, is number 2. This shows an interesting thing that the moon is exalted in Taurus. Tuesday, in French, the word for Tuesday is mardi, number 3, Mars, carving into the earth with your will. Mercury, Wednesday, is Mercury. It's number 4. And Mercury actually has a lot to do with how we can manage our own properties and our real estate and our financial situation. It's the root of the chart, materially speaking. Jueves is the word for Thursday. Jeudi, I believe, is it in French. Number 5 is Jupiter. Children, right? Jupiter relates to children, relates to the number 5 and the magic of all that's related to the number 5. Jupiter and the sun, the 5th sign, are very in close consideration with each other. 666, pick up sticks, is Venus. Of course, Venus is debilitated in Virgo. It goes to show that 6 in Venus really is the axis of enjoyment. And 7 is Saturn day. So we got Sunday Sun, Monday Moon, Tuesday Mars, Mercredi Wednesday Mercury, Jeudi Jupiter, Vendredi Venus, and then Saturn day is Saturn. And that's why we follow this schema. I should have mentioned it earlier, but now we're just going through it now. So the first thing we're talking about is the sun. And the sun is a critical load-bearing wall for Gemini rising. The sun is what allows the Gemini to either not or do follow its inspiration, follow its uniqueness, follow its innovation, and push for what it thinks is the right thing to do in any situation and in its own life and its own identity. Because Leo rules the 3rd house for Gemini. So we're going to read a little bit about this. And the first thing we read is that the sun is inauspicious because it rules the 3rd house. The sun actually is part of shows one of the reasons why Gemini can be such a crooked, difficult sign placement. They get into trouble, but it can be a divine trouble if the sun is placed well and if there's other positive placements in the Gemini chart. Because again, nobody has a bad rising sign. We have some signs have tougher experiences, but they lead to character. And this is very true of Gemini rising. The sun is inauspicious because it rules that 3rd house. The sun is our vision. It's the things we aspire towards. The 3rd house deals with curiosity, skills, and talent. This is one reason why Gemini, when they're caught up in their intellect, they can lose their sense of vision. They lose their sense of greater perspective outside of their own intellect, inside of their own processes. Geminis tend to like having good, strong friendships. However, friends do tend to let them down because they never live up to the vision that the sun wants to see. And the 3rd house, of course, relates to siblings, brothers, friendship. And the sun rules the 3rd house. The sun being a separating malefic planet, shows that the sun is never going to be fully satisfied with whatever house it rules. So this is also true of the fact that the sun, the identity, is pushing itself through the lusty third house. The third house also never really gets all of what it wants. That's why it's always expanding, always exploring for more. It's a pushiness. The third house represents a pushiness of the identity for Gemini, that they can always be more, do more for people, and explore more. It's unsatisfying internally for them, but practically speaking, it allows them to expand constantly. It makes sense because Gemini is a masculine sign. It's not about being in happiness. It's about pushing through unhappiness to get to the next state of happiness. This sort of the lofty goal of how things should be can tend to ruin Gemini's life a bit when their life doesn't fully fit what it is they want it to be. Mercury ruled ascendants, Venus ruled, and Saturn ruled ascendants need to be more grounded in the world of what is going on versus how they want to actually idealize things. Interesting. This is a little bit of knowledge that comes from RYAN KURCZAK'S in my school. Mercury, Venus, and Saturn ruled ascendants need to be more grounded in the world of what's actually going on versus how they want to idealize things. Now, the sun tends to be inauspicious because Gemini gets so caught up in their own visions and thoughts that they don't see the immediate world or people around them. And so Gemini get caught up in seeming quite detached in an unhealthy fashion. They get really lost in their own inner world of how they would like things to be. This is what allows them to cut through reality and to push to manifest the reality that they truly seek, but it can make them unhappy with whatever they get at some level. So this is the nature and character of Gemini's sun, ruling the third house. They kind of identify with it in a strong way. They identify with their siblings and their friends, and it's painful the fact that they always want to have a good team about them. And they can't always have as perfect a team as they want, but that's why they're always improving on their team, always expanding. The sun is always, this is what the sun is. It radiates outward and burns itself in its outward radiating. So for anybody watching, if you're not a Gemini rising, look to see where the sun is to show where you will always be expanding and you'll never really be satisfied, but you're satisfied to always be expanding there because that's the sun for you. It's a very interesting thing. Geminis will never be satisfied with where they are in life. They always need to expand more. But this is why, especially when the sun is well placed, the Gemini can go farther, really, than anybody else. Gemini is a trailblazer. Gemini can go very far in whatever it decides to go to, so long as everything else in the chart is also wrapped up. But I mean, if they have at least stability in all the other planets, and they have a very good sun, then yes, they can go very far, and they can push very hard to go wherever they want to go, especially if the sun is supported, if it has delight from its friends, if it's not in any bad yogas or avashtas, etc. Then the sun can just rock and roll for Gemini rising. Geminis are one of the most expansive people, one of the most success-oriented people for this reason. They push for it. They're not afraid to push for it. They're masculine about it. I can sacrifice for it. I can go without eating. I can go without enjoyment. At least they think they can. But, being Mercury ruled especially, they, again, need to be able to be grounded in their senses, grounded in their social sphere, grounded in their enjoyments, or else the sun will squirrel them away into a feeling of not being there yet, and they never get there. And meanwhile, they were there, here and now, the whole time. They just never tasted it. Because we're all there. We're all here. It's just that there are some signs that say, yeah, this is good, but there could be more. And there could be more, but that doesn't mean you can't taste here and now. That's very important for Gemini to be able to do. For Gemini rising, the sun is the third lord. Now, this little piece of paper comes from Ernst Wilhelm. When you look up his Kala software, he has a software called Kala. It looks like this. This little picture here. You can click on it, and then you can go into the Kala software. And what you do is you look up the different yogas and the different things inside of Kala. Maybe I'll just look up a random chart here. Maybe I'll look up my own. This is my chart. What you do is you go to print, or you can just go to screens. Is it going to show me here? Nah. You go to print, you go to set batch printing, and one of the things you're going to put is the nature of the house lords in the yogas. It's on the top right corner of the yogas. The nature of the house lords is there. You set it, then you press print, the batch, and it will print a bunch of little PDFs of all these different things inside the chart that you've clicked to print. And this is one of those PDFs. This is what we're looking at here. This is the PDF for the nature of the house lords, particularly for a Gemini rising. Gemini rising. So that's where this comes from. Minor is asking, does Kala have the D144 and D80? It might, but when I don't really use it. I only use Shadvarga. So Kala, so far as I've seen, I've only used up to the D60 in Kala. Hope that answers that the way you're looking for it, minor. So we're looking at Gemini rising, and we're looking at the sun as the third lord. Can you guys see me here? Yeah. I'm going to put to this screen. The sun is the skilled hands of the twins, because, of course, this is the sun is ruling the third house of Gemini. The third house has to do with the hands and dexterity. The sun as the third lord is the skills, talents, and abilities of the human race, which Gemini so well personifies. I am going to show you guys this while I go through it. So the sun gives Gemini natives original skills and an individual mark to each native's talents. There's a real originalness that comes from all Geminis. Under the influence of Mars, the third lord, the sun, gives athletic ability and mechanical skills. Under the influence of Venus, it gives artistry. Now, that means that if the sun, for example, is in Taurus, or if the sun is in Libra, or if the sun is conjunct or trine to Venus, which is not ever technically a good thing, but it's still, it'll be almost a wasteful, indulgent exploration of music if the sun is interacting with Venus in any way. The sun would rather be interacting with Mars for that athletic ability and mechanical skill, because Mars is a friend to the sun. Now, due to ruling the third house, the sun is a temporal malefic that may exhibit behavior that is self-willed in the pursuit of its desires. So there's a pushiness, there's a kind of devil may care. I don't really care about others because I've got to go and do what's best for me in the Gemini sun. And the sun is a natural malefic too. So the sun may separate the Gemini person from those things it influences due to the native selfishness or their focus on things that are more interesting to them. So Geminis often, you'll hear them talking, and they'll cut people off and say, oh yeah, so anyway, the blah, 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 and they'll start talking in their own lane in their own little world. And they're just like, you know, the person's like, did you not hear what I just said? And the Gemini is like, yeah, I think this is more important. And then the Gemini will go towards that thing. Geminis can make great captains. They can make great directors, great writers, because they do go towards what's most interesting. And they work especially well as being a dual sign, a mutable sign. They work well with others. But if the sun is not well placed, they will find that the desire to work well with others leads them ultimately to be a second piece of a partnership. They want to be that. Gemini really does want to be that, but the sun will ruin. The man with the club will be mean to the woman with the lute inside the psyche, the male and female psyche of the Gemini. And so Geminis can kind of shoot themselves in the foot if they are too pushy and uncaring about the other people that they're working with. It's very important for Gemini rising because they so very much need others in order to do and be what they want to do and be. Cynthia, thank you so much for enjoying the video. Cynthia has asked if I could do an all about Aries rising. Yes, Cynthia, I am planning on doing just that. I've been just patiently moving through each of the rising signs. I've gone from, I'm just doing it in a completely scattered way. Last time I did Sagittarius, now I'm doing Gemini. Who knows what I'm going to do next? But I will be doing Aries rising eventually. If you keep watching my channel, you'll eventually see it coming through. And thank you so much for enjoying. I'm hungry today. I'm just having a quick snack here, folks. And then we're going to move on to the next planet. You're right, 7-Eleven. To go from Sagittarius to Gemini is not scattered because they're opposites. But I didn't plan that, to be honest. Before I did Sagittarius, I did Scorpio. I think before I did that, I did, like, Cancer. So I'm not really, I'm being very Sagittarius moon about how I do these videos. Because I have Sagittarius moon. Thanks for your patience, folks. This sugar chocolate situation is important right now. I had an okay breakfast, but it's never enough. I'm very Vata. You can see I'm pretty thin. You know, I'm just all skin and bone. So if I don't eat something, I'm going to disappear into the ether. I'm glad this video is doing the thing for you, Teresa. And yes, Miner, you are correct. Ernst Wilhelm has been one of the best things in my life. If anybody's interested in this tropical Vedic stuff, Ernst Wilhelm is, I couldn't recommend him more highly. Good, Teresa. It's always good to decompress when you're hanging with somebody who's important and possibly difficult. Mothers can so often be that thing. But they're important. They shared their love by raising us. We got to share our love by sharing our love with them. It can be tricky for everybody, but it's always worth it, in my opinion. Okay, folks. On to the next thing. I've been usually doing a thing where I go, check, action, on to the next sign, or I can see for myself later on where the time code is. Because, as usual with all of these videos, you guys can feel welcome to look at the time code and then just pick up on whatever planet you want in whatever way, whatever time, whatever you feel like. That's how I like to do these videos. Thank you, Teresa. Our next planet, folks, what's after Sunday is Moon Day, the moon. What does the moon mean for Gemini rising? This is an important one. The moon, if it's not well placed, can really break what's going on with Gemini rising. The moon is everybody's adaptation planet. We need to be able to move internally and emotionally with what's going on inside of us in order to operate at our most functional capacity in the world around us. The moon and Mercury are very important ties of the spirit with the material world. Without the moon, Mercury's cleverness means nothing, because Mercury's cleverness will only have, it's an intuition. Mercury is an intuition. It's a playfulness, but it's a mental playfulness, whereas the moon is an emotional playfulness. If the moon is damaged in anybody's chart, then they can do whatever cleverness they want, but they'll never get out of a situation that they're stuck in. Because the emotions, the manas, the moon, it just operates in a completely different way from the buddhi, the intellect of Mercury, and of all the intellects of all the other planets. The moon is just a different one. The moon is the only satellite that is revolving around the Earth. All the other planets are revolving around the sun. Even the Earth is revolving around the sun. But the moon is revolving around the Earth. This goes to show that our emotions, our feelings, are something that is intrinsic to this Earth incarnation. It has to do with the spirit, certainly. But it is our closest doorway of the spirit in what is happening on planet Earth. And we will get stuck again in situations that will ultimately kill a Gemini. Gemini can get killed by the moon. They can get rocked. It can get true emotional-based diseases if it is stuck in emotional situations that are not good for it. And it'll try to find clever Mercury ways of operating within a dead situation. It's going to waste its skills, its talent, its intelligence if it is not emotionally enriched in the situation that it's in. Let's read about it. Okay. The moon, yes, so you guys can see me here. The moon is the principal killer because it rules the second house, who produces effects according to association. The second house, by its own, it's functionally neutral. And as we know, for Gemini, Cancer only rules one sign. The moon, rather, only rules one sign, and that's Cancer. So since there's no other signs to attach above a vibration to, Cancer just remains neutral for Gemini. And therefore, the moon remains neutral for Gemini. The moon rules the second house. So the second house deals with early childhood, with early education, deals with our capacity to manage resources, and it's our relationship to our wealth and finances. It's our true abundance consciousness as a Gemini rising. The moon, you need to be emotionally abundant in order to be financially and to be lucky, really. You need to be emotionally abundant for a Gemini in order to truly be lucky, to sustain any luck that it gets from any other things. Because if you are not emotionally well, then your finances will just slip. Your resources will slip. Your connections with other people who help to stabilize your resources will slip. Because Geminis can have this slippery, the second house is like your vitals. It's all of that you have at your disposal in order to grip what you need to do in life. If you don't have a strong second house, it doesn't just mean that you don't have enough resources. It means that you don't feel confident. As things come along, the tax man comes along and says, hey, by the way, we forgot we got to hit you with this tax. Your car breaks down and it's, hey, by the way, you got to have this thing going on with your car. You got to fix it. And it's part of your job. You need it for your job. So you're going to scrap other things in order to fix it. And your emotions as a Gemini are going to be able to handle breaks and big hits to your vitals and to your resources if you have emotional connections with people who are reminding you that you are loved. You've got people in your life that remember you, remember all the good things that you've done, remember the love that you have, so that your energy doesn't squirrel about and you can remain in a bit of an imperfect situation in order to move towards a better situation, because that's what we all need to do. When you're in a situation that isn't perfect, you kind of need to be able to go through the risk of an imperfect situation in order to adapt, in order to have faith that better things are coming to you. And if you don't have good emotions, you won't be able to sustain yourself in that state of imperfectness. You won't, not as a Gemini. It'll break you. And you'll go for what's safer, and you'll lose the opportunity to advance. And what's safer isn't always what's better. It's just really what's emotionally familiar. Some deep stuff going on there, but I'm going to keep reading so that we can keep flowing here. The moon is neutral in a way because when the moon is good, the person can have a great mastery and adaptability with their childhood, with their early education, with their capacity to manage resources, and their relationship to wealth and finances. When the moon is afflicted as the second lord, it gets in the way of Gemini's capacity to manage their education, their resources, their wealth, and their finances. And this is, of course, what happens for a Gemini early in life is going to be a significant foundation for what they can expect later in life. And if a Gemini has afflictions to their moon, then they won't be able to, again, emotionally manage holding on to their school, their early education, and this is going to stunt them for the rest of their lives. The moon is very important for the early education of Gemini rising and their capacity to move through it and to feel like they can take on temporary struggles in order to bring them towards greater results. Because Gemini needs to have skills. They need to be able to develop on these things. Gemini gets overly aggravated emotionally, particularly when they feel like their principles are being challenged. And we're also dealing with Jupiter in this regard. When their principles are being challenged and when they're aggravated emotionally, they lose their center. They lose their capacity to stay true to the course that they've been going this whole time. The moon ruling the second house, with Mercury ruling the first and fourth. One of the primary problems with Mercury, with Gemini, is staying one's course. It seems like there are too many things to offset their stability, and they aren't the most stable of individuals. Stability is not their strong suit. That's why Gemini, because they're so wiggly, they like to move and shuck and jive and to actually fluctuate, and they like to adapt. but they need to have people close to them because the moon is the true relationship planet for everybody. The moon is your emotional level of relationship with your loved ones all around you. It's a true sense of soul love where you're connected with people who are supporting you and reminding you of what you've been moving towards. Gemini needs this, especially when they're early in school, secondary school, they're in university. They're trying to go for this high thing. And what happens is that as they extend themselves and exhaust themselves in school, they get scattered. Their energy gets scattered. They need people reminding them, this is the reason why you're doing this, and to love them and to give them care and to be there for when the Gemini needs help. Because Gemini will go in and out of needing help in rhythmic cycles because they go so hard. It's like how do you explain it? It's like there's gold over them hills over yonder. They like to regenerate in the fortress of their people and their close loved ones. They go out, they get that little bit of gold, and then they come back. And they regenerate, they feel safe again, then they go out, they get the gold, and then they come back. And if they don't have something to come back to, they're just going to keep bouncing back and forth, and eventually they're not going to regenerate, and then they're just going to become obliterated. They're going to get neurological problems and psychological problems, and they won't be able to stay their course. So this is what's very important for Gemini. The moon is very important in its true stability. Even though the moon is the most fluctuating planet, it makes sense that a fluctuating planet would represent stability to Gemini rising, for better or worse. The moon being a fluctuating planet means the people that you keep close to you. It's your emotional spider web, who are all changing, who all have their own different things going on. But if you can move emotionally with the people around you, then you will have a solid thing while you go and do your squirrely moving around and doing different ideas, going to different school, different pathways of different things, etc. Even once you're way out of school, you're 40 years old, you've had the same schooling that you've done, but you want to have a different way of going about it. You've got to regenerate yourself and then charge out into this new way of looking at things, this new way of using your skill, is connecting with different people who can use it in a different way. But you've always got to come back to your emotional center of people who remember what you've been going through and can help you see the course that you've been going this whole time. Geminis become very lonely without a good moon, partly because they're a masculine sign. They get super messed up if they don't have the stability of the water sign Cancer, of people close to them, and of feeling even like they're like sexy, feeling like they're loved, feeling like they're charming in their personal life. So especially because, again, Mercury rules the first house and the fourth house. Mercury rules the fourth house for Gemini, and this shows that the emotional underbelly of their private life is what they're kind of actually living for. If they're not living for a decent home life, and if they don't really connect with the people in their home life, their career kind of doesn't matter that much for Gemini anyway. They just want something that's solid, fixed, so they can live a juicy private life. And when they don't have a juicy private life, they'll wonder what's the best career life for them. They might even think that they should go towards a career that means more to them than it should for Gemini. So they'll try to find happiness in career, and they won't find it there, and they'll be depressed, but they won't have a private life to come home and relieve their depression. That's the worst possible thing for Gemini. If they don't have a good home life, they're going to try to have a proper career life, and they're never going to get the right amount of enjoyment out of their career, even if it's a very good one. Even if they're lucky, they got a great Jupiter. You know, Jupiter rules the 10th house. They got a great Jupiter, and they got great connections through Mars. Somehow they've pushed for some connections. They finally made some career that everyone else would be jealous. You know, like, how can you not be happy, Mr. Gemini or Mrs. Gemini? You've got a position in a company that people would die for. How can you not be happy there? And eventually they quit. They quit the job because it's so much of their energy. It's not even that hard of a job. How did you quit that job? I wasn't happy at home. And that's what the job is for Gemini. That's what it's really for. The job is just there to keep them cozy, to keep their finances flowing, to get them more extra money so that they can enjoy what they want to do with their family. Geminis want to have money. They want to have, like, they want to be able to make life easier, as all air signs do, but it's mostly for them so that they can enjoy their home life. We're going to talk about that more when we get into Virgo, but essentially the second house is how much they can connect to that enjoyment with other people, how much they can actually enjoy connecting with people, which is really a huge thing of what Gemini wants to do. It's really where their resources are at. And they can even connect their resources with other friends, other people in their community to build resources together, to build a cottage together, to do we all pitch in and invest on a piece of property, and we all own the property together, and we all get to share in splitting the property, timeshares. This kind of stuff is all the Gemini world. Buy some property in Aspen with like 6 other people, and the Gemini gets to go with his wife and his kids to see that property twice out of the year, and then everyone else is also sharing it, and Gemini's making money off of it and enjoying it. That's like a Gemini that's got a good moon who's connecting with the people who are doing these things and actually connecting with their family, finding a purpose from it. That's part of their purpose. They get a great sense of enjoyment out of being with their kids and their wife and their friends, whatever, by going and doing these things. So this is part of the psyche, a huge part of the psyche of Gemini rising. The moon, as the second lord for Gemini, represents the familial closeness of the twins. The moon ruling the second house inclines the Gemini native towards family closeness. The moon also indicates the need for close friends, deep close friends who they can build memories together, have sentimental experiences together with. The moon, ruling the second house as the second lord, also represents the changeable attachment the Gemini person has to their possessions. While a possession fulfills a need, or it is interesting, and it is important, and after that it is all but forgotten. Once it's done fulfilling its need, the second house remembers possessions, and the moon is adaptable. So once it's fulfilled its need, they can chuck it. They can sell their property once they've gotten all those wonderful sentimental things out of it with their friends. Sell it if there's a good time to sell it, and they can probably get a better property. And yeah, it's I have a sentimental feelings for it or whatever, but the next thing I get is going to be even better for my family and my friends. Hopefully. The moon rules wealth, the second house for the Gemini native. And as a Vaishya, gives commercial ability with which to earn wealth. So this is because the Gemini has these Vaishya characteristics. Let me just think for a moment, because Vaishya... Maybe it's because the second house has Vaishya. It's an earth house. I'd have to digest where Ernst is coming from with that. But either way, we know that the moon rules wealth for Gemini, and it gives commercial ability with which to earn wealth. They can be a chatty talker and networker and know how to connect with people and to even produce good novel things that are useful for people. Gemini has a real sense of humanity and of what humans want and of what's good for humans. The moon also gives ease in speaking and generally makes them skilled speakers. They can speak to the everyman. They know how to talk to people. Again, they can read the room with people, especially if the moon doesn't have any afflictions. As the moon is the second lord, the moon is temporarily neutral. And this is when we say neutral, we mean like this, right? The second house, ruling only the second house, gives a neutrality to the moon for Gemini. So since it's a temporal neutral, by house. Other factors influencing the second lord, the moon, will determine whether this native acquires and uses his resources in a self-centered or a dharmic manner. Self-centered would be just to get your enjoyments, out of your acquisitions, out of your resources, or to use them in a manner which makes them greater than the purposes of the individual enjoyment. It's a natural benefic when it's bright or when it's close to the full moon. When it's a natural benefic, the bright moon gives a productive use of one's resources and considerate speech that nets those things that the moon is influencing. It easily gains things without kind of having to try, because the moon just believes in doing the right thing naturally when it is a bright moon. The right thing that is conducive to what others want. A good moon knows how to just throw them the bread, give the people what they want in the way that they want it. And then the moon gets its needs met by being valuable, by being so easy. A dark moon has to push for what its needs are through the moon and through its resources. As a natural malefic, the dark moon tends to cause less verbal intimacy, which may lead to some difficulties with the things that the moon is influencing. Wherever the moon is for a dark moon, Gemini rising, there's going to be less of that ease, less verbal intimacy, less kind of people seeing and trusting what it is that the Gemini is going for and building. And so the Gemini has less value for, like, universal value for people when that's the case. So Gemini, through its moon, is well served to have a verbal intimacy, a connection with people, and not just treating them as lifeless business partners per se. Right? That is the moon for Gemini rising. Give me all that chocolate. I can feel that I'm hungry today. I think the chocolate situation is helping. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And that was the moon for Gemini rising. Now, on to the next part of our discussion. I don't know why I'm just hungry today, so I'm getting all the sugary crap that I can. Feeling better. All right. Action. The next sign at our disposal here, folks. The next planet, I should say, for Gemini rising is going to be none other than number 3. The third planet in the schema of things is Mars. Mars is a very important planet for Jupiter, for Gemini. There's several reasons why. Of course, Mars operates under the numerology of 3. Sunday is the sun. Monday is the moon. Then Tuesday, Mardi, is Mars, number 3. And of course, Gemini is the third sign. And the third house of Gemini is Leo. So Gemini identifies with the third house in the 3. Gemini just rings with 3s like crazy in its numerological backbone. Mars is a masculine planet, and Gemini is a masculine sign. Gemini is very pushy about getting its needs met, about getting what it wants. Not even necessarily its needs met. That's more of a moon thing. We all have to. Gemini is pushy about its needs, but the moon has to be subtle and friendly in order to continually attract what its needs are. And that's true for all of us. The Sun and Mars are different. They're masculine planets, and they push for what they want to obtain. What you seek to obtain is usually like a goal. It's a vision of a future that you see for yourself. It's not being a runt at the titty of life. It's getting it. It's taking the things that you want to take, that you have the capacity to take. And Mars is a big part of that in everybody's psyche. And this is especially so in the psyche of a Gemini. Geminis kind of have a sort of pushy kind of, how do you describe it? Like a sword fighting dignity. Like they will always, you know, if they're putting on their just little things. I have a Gemini in my band. You know, if you like are putting on your shoes beside a Gemini and you both decide to go down and tie your shoes at the same time, you know, you're just kind of both talking and Gemini will suddenly look at you and like, did mine first. Yeah, we weren't competing, but I won. You know, Gemini just has these little ways of like where they'll compete and they'll be playful about competing. And when their Mercury is good and when their Mars is good especially, they compete for the sake of competing and they don't necessarily need to win. They like to. It's not a deal breaker, but they just love to be like this in this way. It's a natural and inherent part of their masculine psyche that's actually healthy and good for them. Some people just need to be those people. Gemini are those people. And it's a great thing to have on your team. And it can be very healthy. If they have a good Mars, then they aren't going to get caught up in winning again, but they'll always be sharpening their blade. And they're sharp for this reason. Mars is tikshna. It's sharp. It's a sharp planet for all of us, and it's very important for Gemini to be this sharp. If they don't, one of the very critical dimensions of their soul psyche cannot be capitalized on because it's the number 3. It's the 333. Like so much of going with the 3, the sharpness of pushing into what you need and getting it and taking it. That's a critical capacity inside the masculine ego of the Gemini, being a masculine sign. And so the drilling sort of being able to endure the pressure and resistance against the world in order to mine for gems in reality, Gemini really needs that. And Mars can make or break that. Mars is a very critical planet for this. And when they don't have this, when they don't have a good Mars, they will feel like they have not honed it because they won't have honed it. And it will make the male aspect, the aspect of the male psyche that we all know and love and hate when it goes wrong, will come through the person. Toxic masculinity is a Gemini trait for when any Gemini has a negative Mars. Do you want to know what toxic masculinity is? Look at the Mars look at a Gemini rising with a weak Mars. They'll never feel like they're ready enough to feel confident in what they do, and they can get very sad blues, man, because they just feel like they're a worthless piece of shit. They're valueless. They're they have like cuckold energy. Like they just feel like they are worthless. When their Mars is really bad. And this comes out when they lose. If they lose something, they'll just be frustrated and they'll always compensate for trying to win things that they shouldn't be trying to win. And this is when the 11th and 6th house energy of Mars for a Gemini starts to wreak havoc. The 11th house is considered the most evil house in astrology. If you understand it, the reason is because the 11th house is our gains, our desires, our goals. It's a very important house for all of us because it can be a critical crack in the chart. Nobody is ever going to perfectly get all of the acquisition that they seek through the 11th house. Nobody is. This is why it can be considered evil. But if you have a good 11th house, you'll be in the energetic feeling that good attainments are always coming to you. Which means someone with a good 11th house can lose 10 times and then win once and then say, bingo, I did it. This is what I'm here for. I knew it. I knew goodness was coming. I knew winning was coming to me. And there it is. Got it. Someone with a bad 11th house could win 10 times and lose once and say, well, fuck me. Why the fuck am I even doing this if I'm going to lose? You know what? Screw this. I fucking suck. You see the difference? The 11th house is not a bad thing if it's well placed and if it's well supported. This is just how the 11th house works. And Mars, to have Mars ruling the 11th house, it's particularly about competing, winning against other people. And other people, they are sharpening their swords against each other. And the Gemini ultimately wants to come out on top in its own world. The 11th house is supposed to be golf, not like a fight to the death. Because golf, you play it in your own time. So a Gemini with a good Mars is going to apply the golf mentality to every sport. They could be a baseball player. They could be a basketball player. And they're going up in the court and they're trying to do all their things and all their twisty things. And their numbers, they're not looking at other people's numbers. They're not looking at how many goals Kobe Bryant scored this season. They're just looking for, I'm doing a little bit better than I did last year. Oh, I'm doing a bit worse than I did last year. Well, that'll be my next bar for the next coming year. It's all golf to somebody, your own personal, conquering your own resistance to the call to win. And it's playing the game that counts. This is all classic stuff that we all know. But a person with a Gemini with a good Mars will play it like golf. I'm only looking to beat myself, to better myself this season. A Gemini without a good Mars won't really work at their Mars. They won't have something to make them feel like their masculine side of their ego and psyche has been dealt with or has been quantified or founded. And so they'll always be looking for it in the wrong, stupid ways. And it'll make them hard to work with. It'll make them hard to feel like they ever really fully got what they wanted. And they could win it all, and they'd still be a mess. They'd still be feeling like they couldn't get it all in the end. An example of this is like, imagine a Gemini rising with Jupiter in Aries. Obviously, there's support for them in that situation to win a lot of good things, to gain a lot of good things. But if the dispositor of the 11th house, that being Mars, imagine if Mars was debilitated in Cancer with Saturn there, let's say, for example. This is a Mars that's getting flattened by Saturn. It's debilitated. So it's never going to feel like it can really take that, like it really won enough. The male psyche is missing the feeling of sharpening itself against something and winning. Even though Jupiter is in the 11th house in Aries, even though they technically were supported and they probably did win a lot, but they don't feel that way because they feel worthless because they haven't developed Mars in a way to consistently feel like their 11th house is truly sharp and worthy of their criticism. They can be incredibly crazy critics, with Mars ruling the 11th and the 6th house. The analytical 6th house can really have a deep understanding of the nuances of things. But again, if their Mars is good, this can lead to good things, can lead to attainment, can lead to a perfect execution of things. It all depends on how that Mars is placed. So, let's start actually digging through Mars for Gemini rising. Mars rules the 11th house and the 6th, and is pretty well the most difficult planet for Gemini rising. It's doubly inauspicious because Mars rules the 11th and the 6th houses. And again, the 11th house is the most difficult, trouble-causing house in astrology. The 6th is the second most difficult, and then the 3rd is the third most difficult. Mars is one planet ruling both the 11th and the 6th. And just like other situations that you might have seen in other rising signs, because it's such a loaded planet, it's holding the 11th house and the 6th house, which is the two critical fault lines for Gemini, which means that if Mars is well placed, then Gemini takes care of two weak vulnerabilities in one. If your Mars is exalted, if it's got aspects from its friends, the Sun, Jupiter, or the Moon, you know, like if you've got, like, let's say you're a Gemini, you've got Mars exalted in Capricorn, and the Moon is with Mars. Or if Venus is in trine to Mars or something, or especially Jupiter, if Jupiter's in trine to that Mars, then this Mars has two of the most critical dangerous houses, the 11th and the 6th, are worked out, are well supported. So the Gemini will have way less trouble if it's got a good Mars. So having a good Mars can really make or break a Gemini. Since the 6th house deals with injuries, accidents, and obstacles, and the 11th house can show impulsiveness and willfulness, Mars itself deals with those themes as well. Mars deals with injuries, accidents, and obstacles, as well as impulsiveness and willfulness from the 11th house. So Mars deals with these things naturally. So this is a 300% indicator for violence, for difficulty, aggression, suffering, accidents, and injuries due to an afflicted Mars placement. Oftentimes, a Gemini rising with afflicted Mars just doesn't make it. I don't do a lot of readings for Geminis with a difficult Mars because I hardly ever see it, because it's probably got them in such a difficult situation that they wouldn't have the sense to come to an astrologer, or to have the money to pay for it, or to have the stability to deal with it. The most horrible thing for a Gemini ascendant is getting that 6th, 11th Lord Mars into an angle house that brings that aggressiveness and extreme opinionated Mars idealism. The thought that the world has to be a certain way in order for it to be truly whole and dharmic. And you put that testy, extreme opinionated Mars into a house of activity, which is the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, or the 10th, and they can become a very abusive and excessively violent individual. This usually comes just through thought, through their emotions, though it can be, if other things show it, through physical difficulties too. And this completely can derail a Gemini rising, right? If it's got Mars, especially in Gemini or Virgo. Mars in Virgo for Gemini is just probably just the worst thing that could happen, because Mars, it doesn't like being in the 4th house. It prefers to be in the 10th house. Mars in Pisces is okay. Mars in Sagittarius isn't even that bad because it's in the sign of its friend, although still pushy, still too pushy in relationships, too pushy in career. But Mars, remember, Gemini's bread and butter is its private life. So if Gemini is trying to get this competition, try to get gains and attainments through the 1st house or the 4th house of Virgo, it's way too pushy with the people in its private life, and it just can completely cause a deep internal restlessness that makes the Gemini unable to be stable for anything. This is partly because Gemini, Mars doesn't like Mercury. Mars has Mercury for an enemy. So when Mars falls into Virgo, it's starved by Virgo, or it's also starved when it's in Gemini. This can cause big problems for a Gemini in those placements. In particular, those are the worst placements for Mars to be. Mercury is really the only enemy of Mars. So, when they lose their sense of balance, they are challenged and they are become very damaged, where if they don't have an internal sense of balance, then they just instinctively will always confront things with all their force. And Mars is supposed to be a good goalie. You know, Mars is supposed to have a sense of where it should be putting its energy. What's the most constructive place to put my energy? And if Mars doesn't have a constructive place, or if it just takes on every little battle, remember, Mars is exalted in Capricorn, and that's a feminine cardinal sign. The reason Mars is exalted in Capricorn is because it learns exactly where it should put its energy. Mars is a better defender everyone calls Mars a soldier. And Mars is a soldier, but it's a foot soldier on the side of defense. It's really Jupiter is a better outgoing attacking soldier, and the Sun, and even Mercury. Sun, Mercury, and Jupiter all together make the outgoing soldier. But Mars and Saturn are the defending soldiers. That's why Mars is exalted in Capricorn. It's a better defender. Our most intense emergency mechanical energy through Mars is better used in fortifying ourselves constructively, fortifying our psyche constructively so that we can be strong. And Mars, when it gets complications, when they lose their balance, they feel a sense of challenge, and this can just ruin them. So a Gemini is supposed to see both sides of the scale, to be free to experiment freely, fearlessly, and loosely in a given ideology, to help him feel and sense in his place in the balance, and to understand the balance in themselves. The mind creates these realities, and when the mind is engaged, that is the reality. Everything supports it if you're in that reality. With Mars in a powerful position for a Gemini rising, watch out. That's not something you'll ever be able to have some thoughtful, intelligent discussion with, because they'll get fired up, especially, again, if Mars is especially in these like I said, if it's in the angular houses. You know, even though Mars has Sagittarius and Pisces for friends, these are still inauspicious placements for Gemini rising. And so, especially on the angle houses, Gemini is going to be pushy to people in this sort of way with a derailed Mars like this. Gemini can be sweet and understanding, but if that Mars gets in the way, it's not, they act on a traumatic response to push for their understanding, their masculinity, their capacity to show everybody how intelligent they are, and they lose their ability to really be sweet and to listen. You know, they could have a great Venus, great Mercury, and a great Jupiter, which is the seventh lord, which would be important. If they have a great Jupiter, then they have a sweetness that allows them to hear other points of view and to hear the other side of the scale, to listen into a person's experience. But if the Gemini has Mars in an angled place, or it has difficulty, and you happen to bring something up that the Gemini just feels passionate about, has nothing to do with them, has nothing to do with the person they're talking to, but now all of a sudden the Gemini is insubordinate. They can't be talked to just because they got triggered by something that has nothing to do with the conversation or anything. It's just Mars causes these internal troubles for Gemini. Very important planet for Gemini. Load-bearing wall. indeed. Even though it's not ruling an angle or a trine, all of its bad things that could happen are loaded into one place for Gemini, and that is Mars. If you remember, we were talking about how Gemini is symbolized by a man with a club and a woman with a lute. Mars is the man with the club. And this is coming from Ernst Wilhelm. Mars, as the 6th and 11th lord, is the aggressive nature of the Gemini native that will not hesitate to fight their way to success. And that's a good thing. As the 6th and 11th lord, and the producer of accidents and enemies, Mars is a planet of extreme violence, accidents, frustration, and enmity for Gemini rising. It gives impulse and a recklessness in seeking one's goals. And it should be said that it's actually not a bad thing when an inauspicious planet is ruled by a malefic. It's actually technically, again, we should be... I'm being very Leo right now and saying all the possible crazy bad things that could happen. But let's remember that Gemini is a masculine sign. It wants to go forward. It wants to succeed. So Gemini, it's kind of a possibly good thing to have a malefic like Mars, a pushy malefic like Mars, ruling the house of enemies, which is the 6th house, of defeating enemies in long-term combat, and the pushy 11th house. When Mars goes well, Gemini can push for great attainment, and this recklessness can become a ruthless desire to get to the top that doesn't necessarily need to be ruthless in the sense of being cutthroat, careless, and leaving a trail of blazing pain and destruction in their wake. It'll always leave a little bit of that, even if it's well placed. But that sometimes is just the nature of competition. And competition isn't evil. If you want to play the game, you got to bring some armor and be ready to get your throat cut. Or else don't play the game. Don't play with Gemini because they'll win. And we need Gemini for that. We need winners that are like that. And when Mars is well placed, they will win in a way that won't ultimately damage their reputation, the 11th house, or damage their health or their comrades or even co-enemies. You know, when you've got a good Mars ruling the 6th house, you'll play fair on the field. You know, you'll go out there and you'll be playing hockey and you'll bump into people and you'll fucking want to win, but you're not going to slash, you're not going to do anything dirty because you want to be known as the person who could just compete properly in the same vein as everybody else and win and come out on top just because through your genuine, earnest fierceness. That's a Mars that's well placed in Gemini, right? Mars gives a competitive nature and great physical and martial skills. Mars also gives the will and strength that leads to success in and gains through athletics and competitions. As a natural malefic and the lord of the 6th house, Mars does create a lot of struggles and opposition to the successful conclusion of their greatest desires, the desires being symbolized by the 11th. The 6th house representing struggles and difficulties. When one planet rules something and it rules the 6th house, it shows that there will be blocks and obstructions in order to attain that something. If the planet is well placed, you'll still attain that thing, but there'll always be struggles, always be difficulties. In this case, this is an unfortunate thing, is that it's Gemini's ultimate desires, its ultimate gains, its ultimate success that it finally wants to get to is blocked because the same planet that rules the 11th also rules the 6th. Due to ruling 2 malefic houses, Mars becomes a most terrible temporary malefic, a temporal malefic, a house-based malefic. And unless there are alleviating factors, this may cause selfishness and ruthlessness in obtaining one's ends, as we have described. It's almost spooky to talk about, but this is the nature of people, humans, astrology. You know, Gemini's got plenty of good places where their bread is buttered. Mars in particular is a place where the toast is easily susceptible to being over toasted and burnt. Even if they know where their bread is buttered, if there's an underbelly of burnt toast under there, it's never going to taste the same. It's never going to be as good. You'll never enjoy the fullest fruits of Gemini. I mean, you still technically could, because again, the auspicious planets are really more important than the inauspicious planets. So if you have a really gnarly Mars, but you've got a good Mercury and you've got a good Venus, a Gemini that's got a good Venus will still be okay. They'll be able to let go of the losses that the destruction of their Mars causes, because the 12th house of Taurus is embedded in the 5th house of Libra, of Venus. So Venus for Gemini can kind of emotionally let go of the destruction that their Mars causes if Venus is well placed. If Venus is no good and Mars is no good, good luck. Try to see an astrologer, get into meditation. God be with you. That's all I can really say about that. Just having a quick snack here, folks. I'm going to have a nice big lunch after all this, but this is keeping me going. Teresa asked, is there a bit more effectiveness if Mars is on an angle versus ruling an angle? Weird, autocorrecting auspicious. Well, if Mars is ruling an angle, then we're talking about a different rising sign. But if Mars is in an angle, it really just depends on, Mars can certainly be happier in an angle. Every planet does good when it's falling in the 5th house or the 9th house from the rising sign. It's unfortunate when there's difficulty happening there, but the 5th and 9th house by sign placement have a natural positive luck to them. For example, if we have the sun in the 5th house in Libra, it's debilitated there. It's not the best by sign placement, but it's in the 5th house. The sun doesn't like to be on the bottom of the chart, but it's the 5th house, so there would be some positive luck for the sun there, even though it's debilitated. If the sun and Mars are conjunct and the sun is combusting that Mars in the 5th house, that's a lot of trouble for Mars, but Mars would be neutral in Libra, and it's in the 5th house, so it gains a little bit of positivity, a little bit of a spiritual sense of its destructive capacities, because that's what the 5th, the 9th, and the 1st house really do. The 1st house, the least so. When planets are in the 1st house, the person gains a sense of the importance of that planet in their soul psyche. It can be destructive, though. Mars in Gemini, for a Gemini rising, is on the face. That's a tough go. It's like that hungry, angry 11th and 6th house energy is part of the identity. It's in the brickwork. You'll always have to deal with it inside yourself, and people will always have to deal with it inside of you. Even if you're Mr. Spiritual, Mr. Perfect, you really got to just still check out, traumas that will carry on in your experience if you're a Gemini with Mars in Gemini. Oh, damn, I'm loving this. Thanks for hanging with me, folks. We have 4 more to go now. I'm basically going every half an hour, it looks like. It's 2:30 now. We're going to dig into our next planet. And this is, of course, another important one for Gemini Rising. This is none other than Sun, Sunday, Moon, Moon Day, Monday, Mars, Mardi, Tuesday, and then we have Mercury, Wednesday. Mercury is the 4th planet in the natural numerological schema. So you guys can see this, when we look at Ernst Wilhelm's thing. Sun, Moon is 2nd, Mars is 3rd, and then Mercury is going to be the 4th planet that we talk about today. And Mars Manglik. Astropsychology is asking about Mars Manglik. I believe that I don't know too much about it, astropsychology. I believe Manglik means that there is a certain placement of Mars with an important romantic house, or if Mars is just in general not good for a Gemini, for anybody, an insubordinate Mars, for a woman's psyche, gives them trouble with dealing with male energy. I believe that's what the Manglik is. What I will say is that Manglik Mars for Gemini Rising would be dangerous, but it doesn't really rule any important romantic houses per se. So if Mars is showing difficulty in a Gemini Rising's chart, since it's the 6th and the 11th, and it's a woman, they're going to have trouble with their gains in life, with what they want to fight for and stuff, but it won't necessarily mess with their relationships for a Gemini any more than it will for any other rising sign. So look up Mars Manglik energy. I could maybe do a video of it one day. But for a Gemini, it's not going to mess it up any more than any other sign. That's probably the best way I could say that, except that the 6th is the 12th from the 7th house. So a messed up Mars for a Gemini can show a lack of ability to communicate and to say what you need to say to your partner. So keep that in consideration. Good question. I wish I could say more about it, but I'm trying to align everything we're talking about with the themes in this video. But thank you for your question, astropsychology. So, I better do this. Check, next, action. We are now going into Mercury, which I said Mercury is the 4th planet in the natural numerological schema. Sunday, Monday, Mardi, Tuesday, and then Mercury is Wednesday, Mercury. So now we're talking about Mercury for a Gemini rising. No problem, astropsychology. Thanks for your question. Mercury rules Gemini as well as Virgo. It's the 1st and the 4th house for Gemini rising. It's the identity planet, rules the 1st house. And interestingly, Gemini is not the Mula Tricona. It's not the root essence of Mercury's energy. Virgo is actually more important to Mercury than Gemini is, which means that the 4th house is kind of almost more significant for a Gemini than the 1st house, which means that the life that the Gemini builds with its own self and with its energy is more important than the Mercury and the Gemini itself. Its relationships are more important than the Gemini itself, which is sweet. If you know a Gemini, you know what I'm talking about. It's actually a lovely thing about them, because they're the twin. They're the coupling. They're Maituna. They are the people that they associate with. That's what they are. And it's because Gemini is this twin, but it's also because Virgo, which is the main rulership of Mercury, rules the 4th house, which is the bottom of the chart, the foundation, the people that we stand with and stand on sometimes, and sometimes stand on top of us in order for us to get around in life. So Gemini really kind of does deeply live for its relationships, its private life, for what it does outside of its job and its career. We can see its career is ruled by Jupiter, and since Jupiter is a benefic, Jupiter rules an angle, and as we said earlier in this video, it's not good to have your angles ruled by a benefic because you're careless about it. Jupiter's just like, yeah, whatever career happens, whatever comes along, even whatever. This is an interesting thing. Jupiter rules the 7th house. So on one hand, we're saying that Gemini is careless about the partner that it gets. But on the other hand, we're saying that Gemini lives for its partner through Virgo in the 4th house. What does this mean? It's an interesting depiction of how the human psyche can be so much more split up than most people realize. Let me put it to you this way. Gemini will get whatever partner does the trick through the 7th house. They aren't that discerning about it. They're Jupiter. They're just like, yeah, come on, whoever wants to be my partner, let's do it. Let's just, yeah, you're good enough. We seem to work well enough. That's fine. Now let's put careful, meticulous time cultivating a family life together, or not necessarily a family life, because Geminis can have problems with children. We'll read about that once we get to Venus. But the Gemini almost feels like whatever partner Jupiter and divinity and luck and fate gives them, they are going to change their identity to how they operate with their partner in their private life. It's like, it's very interesting because Gemini is like, my private life is very important to me. Because the 4th house through Virgo is a soul thing inside yourself. It's the angle that bridges the 1st house of the self and the 7th house of the other person. So the 4th house is in the middle of the 1st and 7th house, and it's on the bottom. It's the private side, which means what other people see of the partner and how the Gemini operates with their partner in public life is something that they can't control. And it's something that everybody sees, and they might not always even feel good about it, about the mutual couple image that they project as a couple to the world, how they project it to the world. Gemini can't control it, and they're kind of willy-nilly about it. All right, honey, you be you. Just do you. And the partner will always kind of be a little bit different from the Gemini in their public life. But Gemini is very good at playing with what they are in their private life, communicating how we want things to be, being playful, being fair, especially if Mercury is well placed. But generally, this is just the case with Gemini, is the self that they are and that they share with their partner in their private life is where their bread is buttered. The subjective experience, the ease of life, the playfulness, having social engagements with their lover, and how they discuss, like, how are we going to sleep with each other at night? I sleep on my back, but if I snore, I can shift, honey. I can move around. I can find something to do. I'll put on one of those sleep apnea masks. I can do all this to keep you happy and to keep me happy. Gemini's good at that. It's one of the best things that they're at, is living a private, personal existence with a partner. This is really in a deep way where Gemini's bread is buttered. So let's start digging into how we can see this in the life experience of the Gemini. Now, in Parashara, which is what we talked about at the beginning, Parashara gives these generalized pictures of what all the planets do for a Gemini rising. See, Sun, Mars, and Jupiter are evil. Venus is the only one who's auspicious. Jupiter's yoga with Saturn is like that caused by Aries. The moon is the principal killer who produces effects according to association. Nothing is really said of Mercury. But Mercury is a naturally benefic planet ruling 2 angles. But since it is the ascendant lord, it leans more towards auspiciousness. Because as we said, when a benefic is ruling an angle like Jupiter is just willy-nilly, just lets anything happen and just whatever, baby, you be you. And, the Gemini is not discerning about the 7th and the 10th house, and you should be discerning about the 7th and the 10th house. That's what happens when a benefic is ruling an angle. Now, Mercury is also a benefic, but it's different because it rules the first house. It rules the rising sign. So it is going to manifest a private life that does work with its natural personality. No worries, Teresa, honey. I'm doing this for you. I'm not doing it for any donations. I just love doing it. But thank you, Teresa. I appreciate you so much. So, Mercury rules houses 1 and 4. The 4th house is the house of home and happiness. The 4th house is also the house of our emotional nature. It shows that the Geminis identify with their emotional nature, which is interesting because they're a masculine sign. They have so much going on with the 3, with their, like we talked a lot about how the sun rules the 3, the 3rd house for Gemini. So expression and expansion and success are all important to Gemini, but this success also includes their private life. Geminis like to go very far, very deep, and to expand and explore all they can with what they can be with their partner, and what they are with their home and the happiness they have there. Gemini often has difficulty discerning between what they are thinking and what they are feeling. This can give difficulty in seeing oneself clearly because they get so easily caught up in the mind and the emotions. This is partly what makes Mercury particularly mentally sensitive. Once the mind gets riled up, then the emotions get riled up. Once the emotions get riled up, the mind gets further disturbed. Mercury is auspicious, but it's like a neutral planet, not necessarily, it's auspicious because it's the ascendant lord. But in a way, it can be considered neutral because it is a benefic planet ruling an angle. So this can give a disturbance. It gives a lack of objectivity in the Gemini ascendant towards its own identity in its own life. So objectivity and self-awareness, and especially emotional self-awareness, is an important key to being happy in life. Mercury kind of has to really push to be sensitive to its own soul realities, to the reality it wants to manifest emotionally, subjectively. And it explores it playfully with and through other people. That is an important aspect of it. But it does still need to be discerning because Mercury, really, it does open the doors here in this situation where the rising lord, where the 1st and 4th lord are ruled by the benefic Mercury. Mercury is playful. It will let things in, even though it doesn't feel, they could have a red flag in a partner or in a place that they're living or in a job that they're taking and in working with coworkers. Their emotional happiness, even at work, is something that they can be playful with. And they have to be discerning. They have an easier time learning to be discerning about these things than they do about their career. But they have to learn to be discerning and not open their doors wholesale to every opportunity that comes if it doesn't feel like it aligns with their soul, because that's the 4th house. That's the soul. feeling like they are in the right place in life, like emotionally and at the soul level, identifying deeply, eternally with the people they're associating with, the job they're associating with, and the life that they're living. It's very important to them. They can look back on a set of years where they were completely out of alignment happiness-wise, and they could be making the most money in their whole lives. They can have more cars, they can have more luxury, they can have servants at their beck and call. But if it's not aligned with their soul, they will look back on that period as being the worst in their life. This is just how Gemini operates, which is very nice, very sentimental, you know? So objectivity and self-awareness are important keys to being happy in life. So, Mercury, now this next bit is coming from Ernst Wilhelm. We see that Mercury as the first and fourth lord. Mercury is the human sensitivity of the twins. Mercury, as the first and fourth lord, gives the Gemini native a natural capacity for inner self-examination. They identify with the capacity to look within themselves and feel out what is most important. Mercury gives Gemini an impartial eye with which to view themselves emotionally and behaviorally. Mercury lets them know what their mental state is, very much responsible, Mercury lets Gemini know that their mental state is very much responsible for their happiness and physical well-being. When afflicted, Mercury may give nervousness that greatly affects the health. As a planet of the intellect, Mercury gives the ability to influence the body and health by exercising the intellect over the mood and attitude. Mercury is responsible for creating a strong connection with the mother, which is usually friendly. So Geminis don't usually have too much of a bad thing going on with their mother unless the moon or Mercury is afflicted in some way. Mercury ruling the fourth house. Mercury ruling the first and fourth causes the environment to be important to the native's well-being and focus. Like Geminis are people who need to know their grounding when it comes to focusing on something. If they're in school, if they like to listen to some lo-fi music, light a little candle, have like some nice ambiance so that you can have no distractions and focus on what you're doing, a Gemini's work output will expand 100-fold if their environment is conducive to what their intention is. And it's the same way when it's not conducive to what their intention is. They will be loopy and they will not be able to focus properly, and it will break whatever it is that they're trying to do, right? Due to ruling the lagna, the rising sign, Mercury is what we call a temporal benefic, and this serves to place the native in his rightful niche, and in so doing gives happiness and mental peace. Geminis just naturally know where they need to be in order to be their happiest, and they look for it, and they identify with looking for it in order that they can get there and do the work they love to do with the people they love to be with. That's natural for Gemini no matter what. Now, an afflicted Mercury may cause emotionally based anxieties that can damage the actual physical health, give them liver problems, kidney problems, heart problems especially. And as a natural benefic, which Mercury is just naturally a benefic. And this gives, through the beneficness of Mercury, Mercury gives an adaptable, skillful, and intelligent personality. This allows them to develop and enjoy those things that Mercury is influencing in the horoscope. Adaptable, skillful and intelligent personality allows them to develop and enjoy those things that Mercury is influencing. Because Mercury is naturally like that. Of course, the rising sign Lord is ruled by playful, skillful, talented Mercury. But as well, it's one of the ways that Gemini builds on their capacity to be good at what they're doing, why they make such good musicians, why they are good at anything that they do, because they find happiness in it. And that's because Gemini, through Mercury, is connected to Virgo in the 4th house. The identifies its life path with the enjoyment it gets out of whatever it's moving through. So they tend to be happy. They tend to want to be happy, and that's why they tend to be happy with whatever domicile situation they figure out, unless Mercury is afflicted, which again, as we read, this would give emotionally based anxieties that are just internal traumas, internal things that have happened that'll damage the health no matter how good the situation is. That's a pretty good depiction of Mercury for Gemini rising. Okay. We're making good time here, folks. You are correct, Teresa. I do have a wonderful mother. And Teresa is always giving us the real goods of reality. The world is in a tough place. There is minimum wage is starvation wage. Canada's crazy for that right now. If you read about what's going on in Canada, it's just like, I don't know, I'm not a political guy, but like just there's lots of people who are trying to do minimum wage 5 days a week, and they got to take second jobs just because the real estate and landowners are all squeezing them. So I don't know, it's weird, but it's nice that I can come here on YouTube and be able to just funnel my passion for this knowledge and hopefully help people with it. And I thank you, Teresa, for always being a part of me doing my stuff here. And for everybody watching. It's awesome to just have a community of folks hanging out while I do this. Now, I think we can just jump right into the next one here, folks. Action. Next. Nexty noodles. I hope you guys have been enjoying this so far. The next video we have is going to be, well, the next part of this video is going to be the marriage and career spot for Gemini rising. It's very interesting that they're both blended together, aren't they? And as we've said, if you've been listening, Jupiter is a difficult planet for Gemini rising. It happens to be the case that Jupiter's not an enemy to Mercury. You know, Mercury can fall into Sagittarius, or Mercury can fall into Pisces, and it's not in the sign of an enemy. However, of course, Mercury is debilitated in its 10th house. This is going to say something as we read through. This does say something about Mercury's very looseness when it comes to career, especially. They will probably the Gemini will align their career with the convenience of a partner, and the partner might live for values or things that the Gemini doesn't really give that much of a hoot about, because Gemini is really more about enjoying it by themselves. The Gemini actually enjoys the action of what they're doing. So Gemini might not really give a damn about who they work for. You know, the Gemini will become an artist. They'll love to do their art, to paint. They'll do digital things, digital paintings, and they will find some skill that they love to apply themselves to. And they'll find a career, and they might hate the people. You know, you're in a career where you're going to be dealing with people that don't give a shit about your art. They'll say to the Gemini, you know, like, these people don't care about your creative process. And when you talk to them, you've kind of got to just do whatever the people say. To be a good artist in this industry, whatever it is, this computer graphics industry, whatever, you're going to have to deal with people, work with people, and it might be hard to. And it might not really serve your art the best. But Gemini will say, so I get to make art, and I get to get paid for it, and I get to enjoy my own process of doing it. Sure, I'll paint whatever you want me to. I'll draw, I'll graphically design whatever you want me to. I don't care. Just let me do my process. It's because Gemini has good placements of the 1st and 4th house. The creative, expansive Mercury just likes to build on its own processes and enjoy doing it. It's the 4th house, enjoyment. And Venus is a benefic planet ruling the 12th house as well as the 5th. They just will devote themselves to their art. Whatever gets me getting good at what I love to do is going to do the trick. Okay, says the universe, we're just going to slap you with whatever, with whatever person through the 7th house is going to do the trick for us, which is the 10th house. 10th house is the karma house. It's the work that we do for others. That's our career. It's the value we have to others. And Mercury, Gemini can be a little bit not as intelligent about their value as they could be. You don't know how many paintings are out on the streets that are beautiful, wonderful, original, psychedelic, creative works of art that nobody would ever think of, and they're getting sold at a dime store because they were created by a Gemini rising that didn't know their own worth, because they were more into the process than they were into how it was going to get handled after they created it. That's because Gemini's ruler, Mercury, is debilitated in the 10th house. Psychedelic, right? It's very interesting to think about. And they associate with people who are, again, they're lackadaisical, because the 7th house isn't just a marriage house. The 9th house is a deeper picture of a marriage house for everybody. So when we get to Saturn, as well as the moon, and even Mercury, Saturn, the moon, and Mercury are better descriptors of what a Gemini really looks for in a partner. Sagittarius is going to kind of be like, if you see a Gemini rising, their partner might serve them emotionally. It might help them stay in a stable alignment with their ultimate goals through the 9th house. But they might not really seem to work together. He's a surfer. She's an accountant. He's a butcher. She's like a hippie vegan, because Gemini is it's the twin. They're twins, but it's also a man and a man with a club and a woman with a lute. So the Gemini themselves have a very split personality, and their partner is going to reflect a very wide split in their personality. In terms of values, in terms of beliefs, in terms of, the superficial 7th house things, which is a part of, it's the marriage house, but Gemini is very okay with being with a partner who is either, Gemini will see superficial connections that we have. It's like we like the same music. We had the same teachers in high school, and you hated him too? Oh man, I totally hated him. We must be lovers. And then they'll get together, and then they'll find that the heart of the partner is actually very different from them. They were looking at the wrong boxes to check when they were deciding what they wanted in a lover. But what was most important for them is, again, is this partner going to allow me to be happy in a private domicile with them, right? Because that's Mercury in the 4th house. Is this partner going to allow me to have emotional growth that will help me to have an abundance consciousness, to make me feel abundant, to make me feel juicy through the moon in the 2nd house? And will this person help me align myself with my truer goals in life, which is whether it's to have a family, whether it's to be a family person, whether it's to create art, whatever Saturn is doing for the Gemini, that's the deeper reason that they fall in love. So all of the private matters, the deeper emotional communication, and the main reason for the Gemini living, these need to be in alignment with a person. As long as those are in alignment with them, honey, you could. I hate sushi, and you could be the queen of sushi. I love soccer, and you love baseball. We'll never watch sports together. No big deal. Doesn't matter. We're gonna still enjoy our domicile life. We can be two completely different people. Doesn't matter to me. I'm still getting what I need out of this relationship. Gemini being a masculine sign. As long as I'm getting what I need out of this relationship, then we can do the thing. It's an air sign. Let's make a deal. We're two completely different people, but let's make a deal. If I can make a deal with you, and I can get what I want, and you can get what you want, we can be completely different people. Doesn't matter, says Gemini. So this is why Jupiter, a benefic, ruling the 7th house, is just like, come on in. Whatever you are, let's just do the thing. Let's just deal. And I'll deal with you. You can be very different from me. It can cause trouble because they have to do a deal with this stranger that they often end up being with. But it works, especially if they have a good Jupiter. The person could be very strange, but it could actually be very, it can bring good strangeness. They can be two very different people from very different worlds that can, essentially having a good Jupiter is just going to mitigate the damage of how Gemini operates in relationships. If they have a bad Jupiter, if it's starved by its enemies, which is Mercury or Venus, or if Jupiter, if there's things going wrong in the 7th house, if there's issues in the 7th house, if Saturn is there, if Saturn and Venus are in Sagittarius, and that Saturn is going to have a squashing, starving effect on Venus, the Gemini is going to feel it essentially through the arena of Sagittarius, which is an inauspicious sign, which is like the strangeness of this person. It must be this person's strangeness. They don't align with me, and this must be causing my starvation of Venus and Saturn. So they'll dump that person and go to another partner, and they'll find this partner also doesn't align with me. And they'll feel the starvation of Venus and Saturn through the strangeness of this partner. Meanwhile, they're always going to get a strange partner because they don't know how to look for not strangeness. And the Venus and Saturn is something inside themselves. They attract partners who have that. So they got to get over the Saturn and Venus thing in order to really deal with that marriage and that love partnership. It's not going to really be caused by the fact that they've got Sagittarius on their 7th house. Because all the Geminis have Sagittarius on their 7th house, and not all of them have marriage problems. So give yourself a quick check there, amigo. This is all goes to say the nature of having that Sagittarius, which is not an enemy to Gemini, but it's an inauspicious house lord for Gemini. Thankfully, Jupiter is not an enemy to anybody. So Jupiter is not an enemy to Mercury. So this is an inauspicious house lord that isn't terribly out of sorts with the rising sign lord. But Gemini is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is an enemy to Jupiter. So this shows that the 7th house gets a bit damaged by the things in the 7th house. But it doesn't ultimately mess with Mercury, because Mercury, Gemini, before they start the relationship, their first thing they ask is, am I going to get what I want out of this relationship? If I can, and we can make a deal through every little thing in life, then it's fine. Let's do it. Really, again, whatever's going on with Jupiter, Gemini doesn't care. But if Gemini has a messed up fourth house, if Gemini has a messed up moon, or if Gemini has a messed up Saturn, or if Gemini has a messed up Venus, then Gemini will find themselves having problems with every relationship that they get into. And then it's a personal therapy thing that they got to work out. It's not their partner that's the problem, because they were looking out for their own interests, and that's what carved the relationship from the beginning, from the outset. Right? Very interesting to think about. Now, let's take a look at what Mercury is all about. Jupiter is all about for Gemini rising. Jupiter is a benefic, gentle planet ruling 2 angles. And we know why, as we've said, why this can cause some difficulty. When you have benefics ruling the angles, they tend not to function as well. And this is the 7th lord, which is considered a Maraka house lord. The 7th lord is a Maraka house because the partner we bring in can actually be strange enough to ultimately drain us and, according to the word Maraka, ultimately kill us in the end. This just isn't taken too heavily for Gemini rising because Jupiter is the great benefic. Essentially, if your Jupiter is very much out of sorts, or if you've got difficulty in the 5th house, if you've got really hard things happening in the 7th. If you've got really hard things happening in the 7th house and your Jupiter is not well placed, your partner could bring in something that is so strange that it could kill your soul. That's saying it in an extreme, and this does happen to some Geminis. It's usually at the end of your life. Whatever happened with your partner could be what ends up draining you and killing you, because the 7th house is a Maraka, as well as the moon, which is an important relationship planet, is also a Maraka. Don't be spooked by this. This is just an expression of, Vedic ideological things that do sometimes happen. But like I always say, such things will only happen if you are really kind of grossly out of sorts and out of touch with your heart and with your emotions, which can happen for Geminis, but not always, because their 1st lord and their 4th lord are the same planet. If you got a bad Mercury and a bad moon and a bad Jupiter, these are the people for whom these statements are made. And even then, you just got to watch what you're doing, The 7th and 10th houses of power and prestige in the world, and the houses of gaining status, these are ruled by Jupiter. So Jupiter dissipates the Gemini's energy through trying to explain things, through idealism, philosophies, or higher principles. The real goal of Gemini is figuring things out through trial and error and seeing both sides of the coin. Jupiter in a Gemini, especially with the partner, Gemini really mostly has problems with their partner and with their career if they have an idea, a fixed idea of how things ought to operate. Their partnerships are the one place where Gemini will speak about their idea of how things ought to go instead of just getting their fingers in and trying it for themselves, because they don't know what's good for the partner. Like a Gemini can't just go rogue and say, you know what, honey, I'm just gonna go and get us, I know what you would like. I know what you would like, some nice retro curtains with a nice retro flooring, a checkered flooring to go with it. Gemini can't really do that. They have to talk with the partner, and the partner will say, no, I don't want that, or yes, I do want that. And sometimes Gemini will just do that, just go out and do things on their own, thinking that they want to do it for your partner, because sometimes it's nice to know what would be good for your partner, for the two of you. Sometimes in relationships, we have to take things on our own, trusting that we know that this would be good for our partner, especially couples that have been together for 30 years. They'll start to do things knowing that their partner will like it no matter what. I know them. I know they're going to like this. Geminis have to be careful about this even when they're 30 years old or when they've been together for 30 years. They still have to work it out in a very complex way of asking their partner, why won't this work? Or in the end, they just might give up on a lot of that intermediate interplay of working things out with their partner. But then they have to learn how to communicate at the end of things with their partner so that things don't go awry. When Jupiter gets in the way of a yoga, or in the way of Gemini's path in life, you'll find that it comes through over-idealism about relationships, about how they expect that people should act, and they'll lose their happiness because people let them down, because they thought that this business partner was going to get what I'm doing with this idea, right? Because the 7th house is a house of other people, and the 10th house is a house of business and career. Gemini has to be very careful when it leans into trusting and having faith that other people are going to align with their ideals throughout the test of time. Geminis can get a lot of good friends who just recognize that Gemini is rogue in this way. Gemini changes and is changeable. It's usually the Gemini that does the changing, but they just assume people are going to change with them. That's their Jupiter. I'm changeable, which means anybody who goes with me, we're going to change into the same things. No, not quite. Jupiter is a little bit too optimistic that everyone, once we make a connection through over this and that thing, we golfed together, we did this together, so we're probably going to stick together through whatever changes I go through. And then Gemini gets disappointed, either because the other person didn't change or the person changed in a way that Gemini didn't change into. And Gemini gets disappointed in it because they thought something different was going to happen. But that's kind of in Gemini's mind in a certain way when you think about it. So people do let them down. But when it comes to being let down, you always have to consider where the expectation came from in the first place. This is why Geminis need to focus on Mercury, Venus, and Saturn-ruled signs as being more realistic, getting involved in finding out what's actually happening. So I'm getting these notes. You'll notice I'm reading from my notes here, and it's in like an actual notes that I've taken. This comes from my class, my apprenticeship that I did with RYAN KURCZAK'S. And Ryan makes a funny little statement here. So Ryan gets clients, and he finds that Gemini clients will complain that this person did this, or this person did this. I can't believe this person did this. And Ryan says to the Gemini, well, welcome to the world of people. Must have been a note that I felt was important to write down, which I think it is. That's kind of funny. Welcome to the world of people, Gemini. They are not going to operate pretty much ever in the way that you might think that they will. The sooner you can get past that, the sooner you can accept that, the sooner that you will start to really be able to deal with people. This doesn't mean you can't trust them, doesn't mean you can't work with people as partners. It just means that you've really got to communicate along the way and be careful in how you trust. Everybody's got to trust. Everybody's got to trust their partner. It's because Gemini does so much they enjoy their own passionate research so much that they can't actually take anyone for the ride. It's so individual. It's so finicky. There's no rules. There's no structure behind Gemini's research. So they just go flying by the seat of their pants, and they can't bring anyone along for that ride, which means they're the one sign, because Jupiter is a open-ended planet ruling these cardinal angles, the 7th and the 10th. Gemini has to just constantly reaffirm what's our intentions here. Where are we going with this? Why are we together? Why are we doing business together? Why are we getting married together? Why are we getting a house together? Why are we investing in stock portfolios together? And they just got to recheck it all the time. The more that they do it, the better, likely. People are gonna people, as my friend 711 has said. That's a good way to put it. People gonna do what people gonna do. Now, here next we have Jupiter as the 7th and 10th Lord from Ernst Wilhelm. Ernst Wilhelm is, again, the creator of Kala software. He's my great teacher, and I don't know if benefactor is the right word, but he's the best, let me put it that way. And he has been a shining light in the world of tropical Vedic astrology for so many people on YouTube, and he's the one that is creating the following little article on Jupiter as the 7th and 10th Lord for Gemini. Jupiter is the human idealism of the twins being Gemini. What we read is that Jupiter as the 7th and 10th Lord represents the desire for a noble career that has the capacity to give status, because Jupiter is this ennobling planet. Again, I'm gonna say that Gemini is kind of lackadaisical about its understanding and idea of career, but it just looks at the broad statement facts. It looks at what seems to be the noblest thing that I could get, because Gemini is a masculine sign. It's a pushy sign. So it goes by what it appears to be, this grandiose sort of status-giving career, but doesn't look into the details of their career. Because again, Gemini is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is debilitated in Pisces. They want a grandiose career, but they don't know what exactly that entails for them personally. Now, Jupiter is a powerful planet for status and professional success because it rules these two houses, the 7th and the 10th, both of which are significant for the career. Ernst is grounding here because we've been painting this picture of Gemini as almost being someone who doesn't care about their career. But here we see that Ernst is telling us that the Jupiter, being this benefic, it still does actually care to have a significant career. Jupiter gives skill in career partnerships and indicates that marriage may somehow improve the career or the status of the person. Geminis can often get married to somebody who will just be of a big status. Jupiter gives the Gemini native a capacity to give something great through their careers, to give something great. And that's Jupiter ruling the 10th. Jupiter is very much a planet of presenting themselves well to the world. This is usually done in noble ways. But the motivation, though, may be either egocentric or more dharmic. It's going to go one way or the other. It's going to be because the Gemini actually has a dharmic desire to express their Jupiter in a positive way through their career. And Saturn's placement, by the way, is going to be a part of that. You know, you need to look at Saturn because Saturn rules the 9th house as well as the 8th house. Or, well, the 9th house being the important one relating to dharma. So Gemini needs to kind of have a well-attuned Saturn that's not too afflicted and a good Jupiter that's not too afflicted in order for them to feel like their desire for career is aligned with their dharma. Otherwise, they're just going to want to get some big noble career that feeds the status desire of Gemini rising, which is again a masculine planet, a masculine rising sign, rather. And that is not necessarily an evil thing, but any more than like wanting to have a pretty husband or wife is an evil thing. It's not. If you want to have a pretty husband or wife, or you find one who wants to be with you and they're pretty or they're handsome, it's not necessarily a terrible thing. What would be terrible is if you get with them because they're pretty, because they've got makeup on, because they're beautiful, and then 3 years into the relationship they break their hip or they break their foot, or they get acid poured on their face, or they age quick, or something like this, and their prettiness is reduced. And now all of a sudden, the person that you married for a superficial reason doesn't have that superficial reason anymore. It shouldn't be the source desire to connect with the person. If you have a deeper desire for the dharma when you're getting with a marriage partner, prettiness then is just an extra thing on top, or handsomeness is just an extra thing on top. It's not evil, but your attachment to it can mess with your emotions. It's the same thing with Gemini's career. They don't need to have rather, because it's ruled by Jupiter, they kind of do want to have like a nice career, like something that people can say, ah, yes, that Gemini is paying attention to things. But if it's not aligned with your inner dharma, then the status that you get and that you get to tell everybody is going to mean nothing to you when you're at home in your private life and you feel like you are living in an illusion that everyone else except you gives a shit about. Right? That's how Jupiter can be a tricky thing for Gemini. It's not inherently tricky, though. That's what Ernst is telling us. It's ruled by the great benefic Jupiter. Having an ennobling career, a big career with good status is not a bad thing. As long as the intention, the root intention, is not egocentric, but is more dharmic, is in alignment with your deeper purpose for living. Now, due to ruling 2 angles, Jupiter's a temporal neutral, and career and partnership goals may be obtained in a selfish or dharmic manner. Right? Kind of like what we've already said. It's technically inauspicious, but because it's ruled by Jupiter, Ernst is calling it kind of neutral. It's, again, different people are going to have slightly different ways of talking about that. And since Jupiter is the great natural benefic, Jupiter does offer plenty of opportunity with which to make a success of partnerships and career. Gemini does have luck in this way. Really, ruling Jupiter ruling the 10th and the 7th gives luck. But that's like, many people can get luck in this way. But it takes astrological alignment to show whether you'll see that luck and grip it and hear it over top of all the other noises inside the soul of the astrology chart. You know what I'm saying? Like, people, you can have the luck in career and marriage partnerships, but if your Jupiter is not well placed, if Jupiter is afflicted, you're probably not going to act on it. You're probably just going to be willy-nilly about it and grab just some lesser thing that you don't even recognize the value of, or you're going to miss the value of the thing that you really want in career and partnership and not care that much about it and be careless about it in this way if your Jupiter's afflicted, right? You could have gotten something better, but that wasn't allowed desire in you, and so you just didn't go for it. So Gemini has luck in that way, but we all have Jupiter somewhere. We all have luck somewhere, so again, we all have the same cards in the deck. There are no rising signs that have a Charizard, no rising signs that have this great card that makes that rising sign any better than any other ones. But Gemini, for all the weaknesses we've talked about, they can have a bit of luck in marriage and partnership and opportunities to see and find people that align with them. It's just whether their Jupiter is well placed is going to show whether they can act on that opportunity. All right. I got to cut my hair. I've got the ram horns going on right now. That's what always happens to me, is that usually I've got like bangs, but I haven't cut my hair in like forever, like this whole summer so far. So now I've got the split. I'm starting to look like Cousin It. Okay. We got 2 left, folks. Oh. Hot dog. These are some long lessons, aren't they? Welly, 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 well. We are on to the next one here now, ladies and germs. Yeah, let's do it. Action. Take. On to the next sign here, folks. On to the next planet. For Gemini Rising, we are now looking at what is Gemini's most auspicious planet. Is the planet that does the most good for Gemini. And interestingly, of course, as befitting the character of Gemini that we have discussed so far, isn't it the case that the best temporal benefic, the best planet for Gemini, the one that can give the most joy as well as luck at the same time, happens to also be the planet that rules the 12th house of loss. And this is Venus. Mind you, it's lucky when the main sign of Venus, it's what we call in Vedic astrology the Mula Trikona. The main gut sign of Venus for everybody is Libra. Taurus is less of an influence on Venus for all things considered. So, since Venus rules Libra and Taurus, and Libra is the main sign of Venus, Libra in the 5th house has more sway on the Gemini rising Venus than Taurus in the 12th house does. So the 12th house is not going to damage Gemini through Venus that bad. It's more of what happens for Gemini through Venus is the 5th house creativity, the self-love, the blistering happiness at the creative talents that naturally unfold from the Gemini when Venus is well placed. They will surrender, as we've said. They'll devote themselves very deeply, and they'll surrender to their passions, to the love that they experience by being in partnership with other people, and to the good things that come from inherent spiritual karma, inherent positive spiritual karma. That's usually what the 5th house signifies. They have the inherent good spiritual credit in their bank book. And wherever Venus is shows a place where they have the opportunity to use that. You know, that's why it can be sad, especially because Venus rules the 12th house. Venus can damage whatever it gets too close in alignment with. You know, it's unfortunate that Mercury is one of the only friends of Venus because they can't be enshrined together. So Mercury and Venus have to be conjunct in order to get the most out of each other. And when Venus is with Mercury, let's say if Venus and Mercury are together in the sign of Libra, that's technically a Raj Yoga because you've got the 1st Lord and the 4th Lord, which rule angles. That's Mercury. Combined with Venus, which rules an angle. Trine, excuse me. Venus rules the trine. So if Venus and Mercury are together in Libra, you've got the opportunism of the 4th Lord and the 1st Lord mixed with the luck of the 5th Lord, Venus. And this brings a Raj Yoga, but it will always have a little bit of a stain on it, a little bit of loss, a little bit of difficulty because Venus also rules the 12th house. There will be some loss that has to be associated with that passion in the 5th house, wherever Venus and Mercury are together. If Venus is with any planet, it's going to have a little bit of this loss where they'll never feel like they fully got to get the most out of their spiritual credit by associating with that planet. When Venus is with the moon, Venus gets wrapped up in the second house lord. And so Venus and the moon together are going to have some kind of loss where probably something financial, something due to their health, has caused this Venus not to be able to use all of their spiritual credit inside their spiritual bank book, which means they'll just have to use it in the next incarnation. No big deal. But it'll feel like a loss and a waste to the Gemini. So look for that if you've got Venus conjunct any planets. But ultimately, more than anything, Venus is bringing out the best of the Gemini's spiritual power and qualities. Patience, the virtues of spending time patiently dedicating themselves to helping grow something to be the best that it can be. And Geminis are very good at this. Geminis, once they recognize, like, they have a systemic processing system. And Geminis learn, like, they're pushy. It's a masculine sign. And they want to push to get the most out of everything they've got going on in life. They want to push to get the farthest, the quickest that they can. But not at the expense, especially if Venus is well placed, not at the expense of it fully unfolding what is needed for that activity to bloom at its best. Music is the best example we could give, especially because of the reference of, Gemini is said to be a man with a club and a woman with a lute. It's the male and female aspects of the psyche. Now, Saturn, as we're going to learn, is technically considered by Ernst to be the lute. But Venus has to do with Gemini's feminine psyche and of its ability to understand the patience and soul dedication needed to really let something bloom. It's psychedelic when you understand Gemini as the third sign. When you see actors and musicians, this is the best metaphor we can give for this, okay? I'm a musician. Alan Watts has a great talk on the specialness of music because it's Zen. You can't, when you see a bunch of musicians coming together, in order to do the music the best, is it about like getting through it? If music was all about just doing it, just having it be finished, then all music would just be super fast. You might as well just press fast forward on all your favorite tapes. Are you going to put in a Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon record and you put it in, you press play, and then you go fast forward, breathe the air, boom. Now I've listened to Dark Side of the Moon. Now I'm going to put on some Mozart. Sorry, I'm being a goof right now. It's not what music is for. And to really get the richness of soul out of music, you have to do it patiently, and you have to be in the moment. You have to let everybody around you go at the speed of the human heart. And it's a set speed. Makes me want to cry. Venus is this set speed. It's here and now, baby. It's Zen. And there's no amount of knowledge or information that can make that go faster. Now, the Gemini can get good at it faster. They can dedicate themselves for hours and hours and hours to doing scales and to doing all these things. But when they're finally in the moment, they learn how to make it as slow and juicy and patient and perfect timing with the perfect amount of soul applied to it when their Venus is well placed, because they are giving up everything to make that perfect performance. That's why Geminis through Venus can be the best performers, because Taurus is giving things up for the performance. Taurus through the 12th house, when it's well placed, is giving up the sense of everything and just dedicating it to that present moment. It's like an actor. If they have to go and do some good acting, and if they're a Gemini rising and they have a good Venus, it's like they're, I'm going to say it this way because can be Gemini.
we've talked about the relationships for Gemini as being a functional thing for them. So Gemini rising has got a good Venus. They're well respected as an actor. And Sunday night is his wife has they've got bleh. It's their anniversary with their partner. So Sunday night is their anniversary with their partner, but then on Monday they've got to go to work and they've got to play. They're the fiddler on the roof, and they got to act well. They got to have a good voice. They got to be able to sing, which means they can't drink on Sunday night. They can't stay up until 2 a.m. They can't go out on some crazy vacation. They are gonna come home, honey. I love you, but I'm married to my craft. And on Monday night, we've got a full house. It's just going to be like every other night that I've ever worked, but it's going to be the best that it's ever been, because my 12th house Taurus is so devoted to what I'm doing on Monday. My Venus is so devoted to my craft that I will sacrifice my own enjoyment. I'll sacrifice our wedding anniversary, honey. We're going to have to put it like 2 months after, our 30th anniversary. We're going to celebrate it 2 months after I do this Fiddler on the Roof gig, because nothing is going to stop me from being perfectly in that moment when I'm on stage and doing my thing. This is how Gemini works, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. They'll sacrifice things. They'll sacrifice their own enjoyment just to make sure that they get that performance perfect. And Geminis can make people weep. They can make people just so moved by how real the Gemini is about that moment. This is a blessing, but it can cause loss. They'll let go. The other things just melt in their lives in order to set them up with that moment where they get to do their thing that they love to do. This is Venus for Gemini rising. You dig? So the 12th house character can bring a little bit of loss in this way, but it's usually a loss that's worth it. And whenever Venus is entangled in yogas, where it's Venus with 1 or 2 other planets, those planets are going to suffer a little bit in order for Gemini to do that thing that they love to do. If Venus is really damaged, then oftentimes this can bring troubles. Especially Gemini rising in particular has to be careful when Venus is getting in touch with its enemy, the sun. The sun and the moon are the main enemies of Venus. You can literally see it, put it this way, because Taurus is the 12th house. Taurus is that earthy thing. If Venus is being damaged by the sun, Gemini rising will do uppers drugs like cocaine and lose sleep. And they won't rest. They won't see their family because they're like a cocaine-y energy towards being in that moment. Many musicians have gone that way. If it's the moon, then it's like John Coltrane. It's like heroin. It's like the moon's emotional cheating for Venus. The moon will suffer and Venus will suffer in order to have the emotional experience of getting out on stage and being in that emotional moment. But, when the moon and Venus are together, the moon wants to be full of that emotional pattern that it's fixated on, and it's not listening to what's actually good for the Venus. And the Venus will get drained over time. Gemini rising can have problems with drugs for the sake of their craft, because Venus rules the 12th, the rather a little bit too indulgent 12th house and the 5th house. And if there's problems with Venus, that it'll damage its craft by getting into things like this, or by just treating their craft as not as important as the feelings through the moon starving Venus, or the attainment through the sun starving Venus. Just a little glimpse into how aspects from its enemies can damage Venus for a Gemini rising. Now I've said enough for the moment. Let's start scratching into it here. Oh, yeah, Venus is a big one here. Venus is the only auspicious planet for Gemini rising because it rules a trine and the 12th house. It's particularly the trine. And Saturn is, we're going to read about Saturn again. It's a trine also, but it's weird. Gemini rising is just weird in general. And we're going to see how that manifests for Saturn. You'll notice Gemini is the only rising sign that has 3 neutrals. And especially it's the only sign that has the 9th house as not being purely considered auspicious. We'll get there when we get there. But Venus rules a trine and the 12th house. Now, the 12th house is functionally neutral. The trine rulership makes that neutral 12th house, it paints it white. It turns it auspicious. Venus rules the 5th and the 12th house. Again, the 5th house deals with romance, while the 12th house deals with secret pleasures. Thus, Venus for a Gemini ascendant can be specifically a planet of having luxuries, feeling like they need to provide luxuries for their sweethearts and their romances. They can be real gift givers. And this gives the Gemini the capacity to lose themselves in their art and their creativity and in their expression, especially, some of the great love artists, if you understand what's happening here. The 12th house is an indulgence of a love romantic thing that's specifically going towards one person. If it's going towards one person, then it's not going to everybody. It's written for Anna. How many songs do we see that are written for girls or guys or a specific name? Not all of them are Geminis, but not all of the people who write those things are Gemini risings. But it's a good bet that there's a lot of art that is given as a devotional gift to one's lover, and it becomes the lover, through the love of the individual person to their lover, it becomes a universal, because the self in one is the self in all. Every man can relate to giving a gift to their woman, and this luxurious gift of pearls and all these things that the woman will feel also awed about. It's just likely that Geminis will lose a lot of their eternal art by actually just making things specific for their lovers. But honestly, though, that's sweet. There's probably many Gemini risings who have had lovers, and they spent a lot of their God-given talent and time that they could have given to the world through some universal art piece, but instead they gave it to Charlene. And Charlene has it in her drawer. And Pablo Picasso gave Charlene this one picture, this one little illustration that took him hours to make. And she has it in her drawer. No one's ever going to see it. It's cute. But that's a 12th house thing. It doesn't become part of his great works. It's just a thing given just for her. So it's indulgent, but it's sweet, So Gemini ascendant will sometimes not come out of their house because they are working on an inspired collage or something of this sort. Yeah, 12th house, got it. 12th house is a house of isolation. So Geminis are often busy inside in their off time, their alone time, working on some important piece of work. Geminis can be overly sexually stimulated, and their creative forces can be wasted in sexual pursuits. So they get addicted to things like pornography or too much sexual stimulation, which can really wreck their nerves and deplete the energy inside of their nervous system. On a positive level, this can be managed, especially because, again, Libra is the mula tricona here. So the Gemini senses naturally, like Gemini can be very tantric because Libra is on the 5th house, and Libra is the more concentric, it's the mula tricona of Venus. More so than Taurus, Libra is active for everybody. So Geminis get a sense that this 12th house energy of Taurus is actually, that sexual energy is kind of meaningless in itself. It's better if you align it with a soul devotional connection at the heart level to something that's more meaningful than the orgasm energy for its own sake. So if they can manage this, then this Venus gives a great capacity for form, for beauty, creativity, intelligence, and fortune through it. So they can be quite good artists in this regard if they can manage to keep themselves grounded. Very useful writing on the part of RYAN KURCZAK'S, my teacher from whom I'm getting these notes, right? So this whole phrase here is great. If they can manage this sexual energy, then Venus can give a great capacity for beauty, intelligence, creative fortunes that can turn them into a great artist if they can manage to keep themselves grounded. Beautiful. Venus is one of the more auspicious planets for Gemini rising. It's also about making choices that lead to higher fulfillment. Venus's desire isn't necessarily towards luxury per se, but Venus suggests, let's do things which will make me feel good for real, so that when I wake up tomorrow, I still feel good. It likes to make these lasting bits of good feelings through physical expressions external to itself, through art, etc. Children can be an art piece for the Gemini in this way. My final work, my best work happens through my children. For a lot of Geminis, especially Gemini women. We must watch that Venus and Mercury for Gemini Ascendant. Okay, so we must watch Venus and Mercury for Gemini Ascendant, because if they're not well placed, they could misinterpret what is a luxury and what is a healthy desire versus a waste which dissipates their vital force. So, this is just how it ends up tending to be. Sometimes Gemini rising, if their Mercury and Venus are not well placed, they can be spilly with the desire, the deeper desire for the enjoyment that they get out of their creations. Even when this comes to children, even when this comes to any creative pursuit, they can get ransacked by their own passion, you know. There's probably a lot of Gemini risings that were really great artists in their 20s and 30s and was chasing it, but was so addicted to the excitement of what they were working with, you know, especially pornographic Gemini people who are into boudoir and making like these beautiful pictures for people and, you know, doing stuff with them. That energy can be so exciting. And if they stay with it and if it ends up keeping their success, then rock and roll. But you have to, again, be grounded and not just go chasing the beauty for its own sake without being grounded in the ways that photographers and pornographers need to be outside of their excitement of what they're doing. And this is true of anything. Rock stars, musicians, painters, anyone who's got some thing that involves making art through the muse of another. The muse and the conditions needed to make their best art can disappear from them if they are willy-nilly about whatever that is. Love it. 7-Eleven mentioning erotic poetry. Well, that is something we can all get excited about. I like poetry as well. And the erotic is a great place to go. And the erotic really is the world of Gemini in some ways. If you're a Gemini rising, I should say this carefully because the erotic is neither good nor bad. It can be good in the ways that we've described, but it can be bad if it dissipates your nervous system energy. This is Tantra. Tantra of the spirit and the body coming together for the perfect cohesion of what the soul's intentions are in this life. And the human body is a beautiful thing. Beauty is a beautiful thing, and the human body is full of it. Just don't let the tail wag the dog, is all I'm saying. So, oh, Venus is the woman with the lute. Looks like I messed that up. How did I mess that up? Oh, well, I knew that. I had a sense that the Venus would be the lute. Whatever. I don't know how I messed that up. So this is what is Venus from the perspective of Ernst Wilhelm. What is Venus to Gemini rising as the 5th and 12th lord? Well, as Ernst puts it, Venus is in fact the woman with the lute. Right? Mars is the man with the club. Venus is the woman with the lute. Venus, I should say for anybody who's watching or listening on the audio, lute is spelled L-U-T-E, like the instrument, the little guitar, the lute. So Venus represents these creative musical capacities of the Gemini. Venus as the 5th and 12th lord gives the Gemini native a natural creative capacity with which to have an affinity with others. This makes them artists of the finest type. Venus also gives a romantic mentality and a strong devotional capacity. They like to devote themselves to God sometimes, but a lot of the times they'll often devote themselves to the God manifested as some embodiment, as some person, as the people close to them, as some lover, as some fascination with beauty, as it is manifested on earth, and helping to support and create and sustain that beauty. Venus gives some artistic pride, but not an empty pride. It's one of recognizing beauty when they see it, having good taste. Venus also allows Gemini to create beauty that others never conceptualize and only dream of. A lot of this has to do with the 5th house creativity, having that talent. Whatever's coming through the 5th house shows talent in a lot of ways. Venus ruling the 5th causes the Gemini native to love the process of being creative. Venus also gives Venus also gives an avenue of escape through romance, education, or spiritual practices. This is the 12th house association here. It's an avenue of escape through romance, education, spiritual practices, the 12th and the 5th being combined together. Due to its 5th house lordship, Venus is a temporal benefic, though as the 12th lord, it may give some expense on account of romance, children, education, and their creative pursuits. Right? The creative pursuits are almost children in this way, and they'll have to spend in order to finally move towards their end production of whatever it is they're creating. As a natural benefic, Venus gives happiness and pleasures from those things it influences due to the native's intelligence and the ability to surrender and let things go when necessary. So Venus, because it's a benefic, it can give happiness and pleasure from those things that it associates with, that gives it happiness and pleasure. And it can let go of them because it's a benefic. It doesn't need to get too hooked into its attachment. This the scatteredness of Gemini working towards positive effect, especially when, Gemini can be some of the greatest producers of art or enjoyers of art, because they can buy one art painting, hang it in their house for years, let it appreciate in value, and then don't be too sentimental about it, let it go and find a good deal for it, and just understand to not be attached to how the spinning of the wheel of beauty coming and going from me has to go. They can let go of the beauty of the things that brought them beauty, of the things that brought them the experience of this beauty, even though they devote themselves so deeply to it when they're in it, they can let go of it. And it's the 5th house combined with the 12th house, combined with the benefic nature of Venus, especially when it's very well placed. Venus, through Venus, Gemini can kiss something and say goodbye and go on to the next beautiful thing that needs to be done and experienced and created. It's really, when we talk about it, like there's nothing but good things really happening here. Even though the 12th house association is there, as I often say to people, the 12th house brings spiritual gains through material losses. And they're the same thing. Let that be a subtle thing for you to roll your tongue around in terms of what happiness truly means. Because a lot of the times happiness comes from letting go of material things that no longer serve us, making space for the good that is truly within us. Geminis are no stranger to this. Lovely. I think that we are ready for our next go here, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Oh, let me just stretch. Oh. I'm going to eat all the food after this. I think I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, folks. And when we come back, we're going to do our final planet for Gemini Rising, which is the one and only, the dark harbinger of good things and bad things, Saturn. See you in a hot sec, folks. Bonjour. My pleasure, 7-Eleven. I'm glad that you've been enjoying all of the thorough. I do enjoy being thorough. I love doing these things, you know. I love doing these videos. I know that I'm building something that is always going to be my cool, beautiful creation that I got to build online. And I appreciate everybody who gets to be on this journey with me in conveying my passion for the cosmos through the archetypes of astrology. Now, we have one left. Planet number 7. Sunday was the sun. Monday was the moon. Tuesday, Mardi, is Mars, number 3. Mercury, Wednesday, is number 4. Jeudi or jueves in Spanish. Jupiter is number 5. Vendredi, the party day, Friday, is Venus, number 6. And Samedi, I think, Saturn day, is number 7. The one and only Saturn. Check. Action. Next planet. Saturn is one of these make or break planets for Gemini rising as well. It, I guess at some levels you could really say it for every planet. But Saturn is an important and interesting planet for Gemini. Saturn is the fact that Gemini is always going to have an unstable relationship with Dharma. Gemini is opposite Sagittarius, which is the natural sign of Dharma. Gemini sees for itself and explores for it in its own senses what destiny means for Gemini. So we can sense then, since the 9th house has to do with Dharma, it's your spiritual purpose. It's an inherent role that comes from us no matter what we get our hands into in life. And it develops over time. There's a spiritual connection that we have to our deepest soul purpose that is always there. It's something that we live for. It's something that is bigger than ourselves. And it's at some levels usually generated through the mutual harmony of building a life together with people, usually with a marriage partner. The 9th house is the true house of marriage. But sometimes it is just with all the people that we move through and interact with. We eventually come into a sense of a deeper meaning and purpose in life. Something that is real, what we call Vishnu, which is within us and remains even as all the other things change in our lives. The 9th house is the most auspicious house for everybody. But Gemini is in a funny relationship with the 9th house because it's so naturally opposite the 3rd sign and 3rd house. Aquarius is the mula tricona of Saturn. So a lot of people actually say that Gemini's 9th house is auspicious. The Vedic texts run hot and cold in both directions. A lot of them say that Saturn is actually a great benefic for Gemini, but it has destabilizing neutral qualities. Whereas a lot of people say that it's inherently neutral and destabilizing, but it has little flickers of luck and auspiciousness, which are saying the same thing in my opinion. I think it's ultimately a good thing and a good sign, but it's going to bring difficulty. It's going to bring struggle that over time will help Gemini develop the character needed to see that which is truly lasting in meaning and purpose for them personally. Oftentimes it takes struggle, it takes some kind of challenge, it takes some difficulty happening to them, some letting go of several things before the Gemini realizes what was at the center of all of them. And it might amount to a love lost that they'll never get again. It might amount to a desire for their creativity to be received well by people, to actually help people with their art, and for people to congratulate them for all the work that they did. These are things that will eventually come through in the Gemini's life slowly. It kind of sucks to have the 9th house, which is the most important house, to be ruled by Saturn, where whatever Saturn rules, you have to take time before you can fully develop on it. So Geminis have to go through a lot of things and a lot of loss because the 9th Lord is sharing the space of the 8th Lord. Capricorn is the 8th house for Gemini, and then Aquarius is the 9th. So there'll always be destabilization for the deeper life path and purpose of Gemini, and it'll always just be fickle and it'll always change around, but it'll always eventually come down to how can I contribute positively to the world through some dedicated practice or path or action. And if they have a good Saturn, it will still be wild, but it will come through with stability. They can get married. They can live a life with a partner that has instability, and they might go back and forth, and not to excuse this, but Gemini can have problems with like infidelity, with possibly dreaming of being with other people, of having the curiosity like the Buddha did to leave their wife and family to just go off and run off to the mountains and explore some deep aspect of spirituality. These things can be a thing for Gemini rising, and nobody will be able to define the ethics of where they go with this except for history. Because when the Buddha left his wife and child at the age of 29 to go and be the Buddha, he left materialism behind and developed into spirituality, and we wouldn't have Buddhism and all the goodness that has come from it today if that Buddha didn't listen to his inner voice for what Dharma truly meant for him in that moment. Would have been ideal if he kind of, got to that place and then came back and kind of like helped his wife and child stay alive. Maybe that is what happened. I don't know that part of the Buddha story, but it's a heavy story and it says something heavy about Gemini, and I should be careful with it because ultimately that was the right Dharma for the Buddha. That won't be the right Dharma for most people, though, especially in today's time where your wife and child probably will have a hard time and won't be well taken care of if you set up a life for your wife or your husband to help them take care of the kids and then split one day because you want to go and receive enlightenment by some master under a mountain, whatever. These days, leaving your children and family is a harder, tougher, actually easier on the surface, but will end up messing you up more in the long run. So keep this in mind, Gemini, whenever you are dealing with your ninth house. You're going to feel like even infidelity, like you might even want to just tell your wife or husband, I just have an itch that I got to scratch sexually, or I got to do something to explore this thing. And at that point, the ninth house is going to help you. Can you just relieve that internally by experiencing it through the partner that you have so that you're still connected with them so you don't end up having to go with somebody else? Or can you communicate with your partner, get that itch scratched so it's out of the way so you can live together with the person and continue your Dharma? Because the meaning and purpose of a family is a long-term thing that you are going to be unhappy without. It's having something that you want to be dedicated to in the long run that is the big picture here. It's not just a family. Not every Gemini rising needs to have a family in order to have this longer Dharma, long-range purpose. And Dharma is a melty thing for Gemini. This is one thing. Gemini is so great in so many ways because they can be so changeable and adaptable to where the wind blows. But if the wind's always blowing, it can be hard to pin anything down. So this is something to keep in mind for the very windy Gemini rising. And remember that as a windy thing, you're going to have much more purpose if there's a flag stuck in the ground, which your wind has the capacity to blow, and you know that that flag is solidly there, and it's going to blow, and everyone's going to see it blowing, and it's a beautiful, magical thing because the Dharma is solid. The more solid your Dharma is, the more you can blow freely, ironically. So the Geminis are afraid to latch onto anything because now I'm stuck. Now I've narrowed my options. Now I've narrowed my variables. But when you have a Dharma, when you have something that you're living for that is solid, then you can blow all around it. And if it's solid, you'll always have something to live for outside of your scatterment. And a lot of Gemini risings need this. They get depressed in their old age, and they get frustrated that they never grabbed on anything solid. But this is really mostly if you don't have, if you've got an ill Jupiter and an ill Saturn together, those two things will kind of rock the Gemini's sense of Dharma and purpose. Probably got to have a good one of both in order to have the true spiritual experience for Gemini rising. If Gemini rising has a trash Jupiter but a good Saturn, they will probably latch on to some activity that feels constructively like the meaning and purpose of being valued and useful to the community, to the world around them, transcends any enjoyment that they could personally have. And they dedicated themselves to it. And that would be that's that experience for them. But if they got a bad Jupiter, good Saturn and a bad Jupiter, they'll dedicate themselves to something over time, but they might not enjoy the people that they move through along the way. They might not have a lot of personal joy at experiencing it with others if their Jupiter isn't well. And it might not give them internal joy, which can be just as important. Now for a Gemini, if you've got a good Jupiter but a bad Saturn, then you might have an internal sense of joy at the people you associate with, at what you do with your job. And you might even feel good that you are contributing to a field and to the world by your joy in this thing. And people see you doing your thing, like Jupiter's a teacher, and you're kind of teaching others by doing it in the proper way. And you might just be a great artist who gets a position where you can be regarded for the work that you've done, and you feel good for having done that work. But if you've got a trash Saturn, you won't really build and develop something that will stand the test of time. You'll enjoy all the things that you've done, but by the very end of things, you might not feel like you really dedicated yourself in a solid way to something that now supports you in your older age. It takes a good Saturn, ultimately, for all of us, regardless of your Gemini or whatever sign. It takes a good Saturn to feel like when you're 60 years old that you can look back and say that you are proud that you stuck to one thing that developed into something magical. And Saturn is the best gains we can ever get. It's really showing that at the very end of it all, you're happy with everything that you did. It was all integrated and cohesive in a direction that satisfies you enough. It might be a stale thing if you don't have a good Jupiter, but it will be something if you have a good Saturn in the long run of things. Now, I could go about that forever. Even in your personal life, when you're 30, when you're 20, if you don't have a good Saturn, it's going to be hard for you to feel like you have the stability capable of amounting to anything throughout your whole life experience. Amounting to something is something that's important to everybody. It's important to Gemini. And in order to amount to something for Gemini, you have to be willing to dance around how that thing has to build. It can actually be very good and very big. Geminis can make some great big accomplishments to the world because of the 8th house. And the power and the instability of the 8th house is chaos. And chaos can become opportunity for Gemini rising. And it can bring them a great feeling of being in the right place that they want to be in. Geminis have their nose to opportunities, and they can be in opportunities that are risky. If it's if they have a solid Saturn and they have a good portfolio of solid things in their life, they dedicate themselves to their family, to their mother, their brothers, their sisters, their friends. They've got certain skills that will be useful to them no matter what. That's having a good Saturn and a good role that sticks on top of all of the different things. So when you have a good role, when you have a skill, when you have something you're living for, you can keep continuing to put energy in things in solid ways. And that way you have a safety net. Saturn is the safety net for Gemini. So then they can go and take on some crazy big opportunity. It's like the best example I can give is like if you work in the stagehand industry. I'm in Toronto. I was a stagehand for a while. And there's a lot of people who get really good at stagehand work, and they love working with people, and they feel like they're contributing to whatever art, whatever concert that they're putting together, So this is like a Gemini who just feels like they love helping to put the speakers, the curtains, all the different things that a concert needs. And let's say this is a Gemini who has a good Saturn, who has developed a love for doing that work no matter what. They just love to do it. And they develop on that skill in a way that might not take them anywhere, but they know that it possibly could. You know, they do it for years, and one day someone comes along and says, hey, Gemini, you've been doing this for a long time. Why do you do it? Well, I just love it. I'm good at it. It's something I'm good at, and I love talking to the people. I love putting on shows. The boss says, okay, well, I've got an opportunity for you to travel with me to France to go and do Cirque du Soleil. And while you're there, we're going to go from France to Japan to this place, this place, this place. We're all going to be doing Cirque du Soleil, and we need your skills. We need your love of doing this to be there with us. And now the Gemini rising, they could have all their other things, their wife, their family, and they could say, look, guys, I'm going to go and have some fun traveling. I'm going to live my life, and I'm going to send money back to you. And I'm going to have a purpose to keep on doing this thing. And they go out there, and it's exhausting because they have to travel to all these different places, but it's big money for big work by big people. They save all the money, they send it to their wife, and they go off and do the stagehand thing, and it's unstable because maybe they might not ever get another opportunity like that again. They work another 3 years. They come back home to Toronto. They work another 3 years just happy to be doing it. And someone comes along, sees them again. I want to take you on tour with this place. I heard you did good for Cirque du Soleil. I'm going to take you around, do the thing again. And they could just get these opportunities because they've got stability in the thing that they're doing. This is like Gemini with a solid Saturn. That's a pretty good way to describe it. So I don't want to go too far in my own prattling. Let's read our books. Let's read what we've got in our notes and see how this aligns here, folks. This is our last planet. This is Saturn, which is considered neutral. Saturn as the final planet for Gemini rising. So let's get into it. Saturn is considered neutral because it rules the 8th and 9th house. The 8th is the 12th from the 9th, which can give a loss of good fortune and the like, but it's still the 9th lord, which watches out to neutral. And in some people's opinion, and kind of in my opinion, it even washes out to be ultimately auspicious. But if you, again, you're a Gemini and you've been working on a skill that could possibly get you out there, and you go out and do that thing and you realize that it's not, you know, being taken out to work with Cirque du Soleil and all these different places that you're traveling in this new crazy way, it can actually be very uncomfortable for you if you don't have a good Saturn, if you're not a good traveler. Saturn's a traveler. Saturn has the ability to adapt to very new, strange places. And you're in your field. If you're in your field and you're not enjoying this process, then Saturn is just going to cause you more difficulty with what it takes to be a deeper part of the cog in the wheel that you found yourself in. The 8th house can deal with the capacity to transform, while the 9th house can deal with religion and philosophy. So this can be a very spiritualizing planet for a Gemini rising. Religion and spirituality and ethics can cause you to have an understanding of the need to transform and to even understand to transform society's ways and how you operate in society. Saturn can also give very deep intelligence. So while Gemini rising can be quite superficial, if that Saturn is working well, which is the 8th lord of depth of research, of focus and endurance, with the 9th lord of seeing the bigger picture and going into the higher depths of knowledge. When these are working together as one for the Gemini rising, this gives great propensity for intelligence, for working on research, for spiritual understanding, for getting beyond dualistic natures and seeing the deeper singularity of things. And in this regard, it can be quite auspicious. It's like when you have a good Saturn as Gemini, and you've seen the importance of working together with your adversaries in order to work on some bigger thing. Like, let's say, Gemini risings were probably very useful during the recent pandemic that has happened in recent years, since the start of 2020. A Gemini rising can look beyond the differences of how other people organize data and information, come together with them, and work together to create something or find some way that is going to help get through the pandemic. That's just an example. Whenever any bad crisis happens, Gemini is pulled into a desire to work together with other people for the sake of something bigger than the two of them. And that's when Gemini can find genius interactions between two ideologies, two dualities, two ways of seeing things. They see the center of it all for both of them. It's Saturn that allows them to develop on that tension between the two dualities in order to find a place of singularity. That's why Geminis can make good diplomats, can make good ambassadors, can make beloved arbiters of closing the gaps of differences between two warring parties. Saturn's Mula Tricona is Aquarius, and this pulls Saturn into even more of a positive function generally for Saturn related to Gemini. Again, this depends on other factors in the chart, so that's why RYAN uses neutral for Gemini, but ultimately, I think, as I'm saying, because Saturn's main sign is Aquarius. Aquarius is the Mula Tricona, not the 8th house of Capricorn. See, for Taurus, is it for Taurus? No, it's for Cancer. Aquarius is on the 6th, the 8th house, and Capricorn is on the 7th house. So Aquarius being on the 8th for a Cancer rising shows that the 8th house energy is more prominent. The instability is more prominent for Cancer. For Gemini, Saturn is more about the stability. Capricorn is a duller note compared to Aquarius. And so Geminis, while they can operate in instability, it often is leading towards cohesion for some deeper purpose that the Gemini is working on with other people. That's how it often goes for Gemini rising. Now let's check out our last reading here, folks. Saturn as the 8th and 9th Lord. This is coming from Ernst Wilhelm. Ernst always gives us a fine depiction of the nature of the house lords. And you can find this in the Kala software. Saturn as the 8th and 9th Lord represents the human dogmatism of the twins. It's the human aspects of dogma of certain things that we think have to be a certain way, where Gemini often usually doesn't hold on to much that they could be dogmatic about. But when it comes to society, when it comes to the bigger picture, when it comes to economy, there's a lot of Geminis that might say, I'm going to put it to you this way. Geminis can say, for example, they have to learn the hard way that, it's like there's a pipeline being put through Canada right now. And it's almost a Gemini consciousness that would be so onto the economy. This would be good for the economy. But they don't see the bigger problem with putting an oil pipeline into the Canadian forest. And it's a Gemini who would be someone, if they have a good Saturn, who will be, on one hand, they'll say, we have to build this pipeline. And when they finally go down and meet the native indigenous people of Canada who are getting their land and their water source and all of our water sources completely ruined by this oil pipeline, a Gemini rising with a good Saturn will say, no, I'm the one who put that policy in place and I have to make it right. And they can become then a great positive politician for these deeper running things while knowing how economy works on top of it. And saying to everybody, okay, we had the idea for the pipeline because it was going to do this for the economy. We've already put a lot of money into it. Let's hold our horses. We can take that money. We can do something better with it. this will ultimately, they can convince the world that this will ultimately have a greater long run if we don't do the pipeline, because then it will be better for the economy in the future where people have easier access to water and land. We have to understand it economically from this point of view. This is kind of an example of how Gemini can learn over time the bigger picture of things, but at first will be dogmatic because these idiots, they're protesting the pipeline. These idiots don't understand what it's going to do for the economy because they only see it at that level. That's just an example of Gemini learning through this process. So that's that dogmatism. And they can become very non-dogmatic people when Saturn is well placed. Saturn, as the 8th and 9th lord, it's the 8th house that helps to reduce dogmatism at a certain level. But it can also increase dogmatism because the 8th house instability has caused the person to be traumatically on one side of some faith or another. Saturn as the 8th and 9th lord represents the typical human behavior of seeking spirituality as a result of crisis and difficulties. For Gemini, Saturn is the planet of developing faith and religion due to confrontation with mortality. Saturn gives a great need to develop a meaningful belief system in order to deal with the crises that are a natural part of burning the results of one's karmas. It's an 8th house and 9th house sort of interaction there. The karmas of the 8th really being burned up through the 9th house. And they want to have a meaningful belief system to help them let go of their karmas and their attachments. And the 8th house is what allows them to do that. Saturn is very much a planet of penance and suffering, which the Gemini native must undergo before discovering the truth, the deeper truth that they seek. Saturn ruling the 8th house of vulnerability also indicates some vulnerability in their faith, which only time will deepen. It's not a bad thing to be vulnerable in one's faith, but it is a bad thing to be so vulnerable if you have a weak Saturn, to be vulnerable early on and then put up deep walls of fixation on a certain type of ideology that you never get out of. This vulnerability, therefore, may be a source of dogmatism, especially early on. Now, Saturn being a delaying factor indicates that their spiritual life is stronger later in life as they get older. Preference instead is placed on developing their skills earlier in life. That's what their main deal is when they're younger for a Gemini. The 8th house lordship also makes their fortune somewhat unsteady, particularly in their earlier years. And this can generally cause some instability or crisis with the father as well, again, especially earlier on. There's probably a lot of Geminis that have problems with their father and get very unstable lives early on, especially if they have a trash Saturn. A good Saturn will eventually allow them to deal with all of this in a constructive way. So the Mula Tricona is the 9th house, and the 9th house is also the strongest trine. So Ernst Wilhelm says, as I kind of was, that Saturn is in fact a temporal benefic. Even though it is called neutral by so many, just as we've seen in this slide, Ernst's opinion is that it's ultimately a temporal benefic. So Saturn is actually a temporary, an auspicious planet. There's more of an emphasis placed on faith, religion, etc., than on the immoralities, the difficulties, etc., indicated by the 8th house. It is just that usually those difficulties necessarily serve to motivate the spiritual life. Usually, and this is usually how it goes for a Gemini, is that the difficulties that they experience turn them into a deeper sense of the deeper meaning of it all, of the most important data. Of all the data they can move through, there's an inherent sense of a most important data, and that's the mystical 9th house. As a natural malefic, Saturn serves to separate the native from the things it influences due to their need to grow in wisdom and detachment. So wherever Saturn is in the chart, whatever it's in by sign, by house, and by angles and aspects and conjunctions, Saturn is going to separate the person from those things in order for them to have detachment from it. And they really won't be able to develop on those things until they have detachment from it. If Saturn is with Venus, the person will likely not ever fully be able to ground what Venus is until they grow detachment from it, a healthy sense of detachment. If Saturn is with Mercury, the person is probably going to squish their sense of individual identity, an identity that happily gives them an alignment with their private and personal life and their soul. They will have to eventually let go and detach spiritually and faithfully with the identity that they thought they were. Then they can open to the possibilities of some deeper meaning in their whole identity, in their private life, and in their house, in their home with their family. Until they gain detachment from how they think it ought to be, Saturn will stop them from having it all. Usually for a lot of the cases with Saturn, Gemini will think that it understands how the sign, the house, or the planets involved with Saturn operate. For an example, if Saturn's with Mercury, the Gemini will think that I don't need friends. I can be happy alone in a set limited ideology, in a set identity, living this way, and they'll be attached to it. And Saturn will pull them away from their idea of what they thought they wanted by getting them latched up with a partner, possibly, ironically, and by wrecking their hopes and dreams for what they thought was important to them, eventually showing them that there is something deeper and more important, that they've got to narrow what they thought was important down to the exact reality that Saturn can take for them. So if you got anything going on with Saturn in your chart, anything conjunct Saturn, anything, whatever sign and house Saturn is in, it's a place where you would do well to recognize that there will be difficulties thrown at you, that you will eventually expand out of how you thought that house or sign or planet is going to operate, because life is going to conspire to give you things that are actually better for you if Saturn is well placed. If Saturn is in a difficult spot, if you don't have a good, strong Saturn, Saturn is going to cause separation from whatever it's aspecting or touching by sign, house, and aspect and conjunction, planetary conjunction, whatever. Saturn is going to cause you to suffer there because you had an internal expectation of it being more than it ever actually could be. Because life is going to be shown as being a reality that is much less, much harder than what you expected. In the end, it will always be the expectation that causes Saturn's difficulties, because Saturn is reality. Saturn is shit, piss, and puke. When we throw up and we feel like we want to be sick, oh, I hate being sick. Well, guess what, buddy? It's coming through. What, you want to not take a shit for the rest of your life? See how that goes. Saturn is going to bring home the reality. So you better get used to when reality is grosser or more difficult than you would have hoped or expected it to be. And once you do, once you just accept the reality of going to the bathroom as not being a bad thing, but as a natural part of life, then it's not a bad thing anymore. This is the beauty of Saturn. It's one of the great things in our lives that can help us just get in tune with reality. It's only our expectations that cause Saturn to be a problem. Once we all can get through that through our heads, then Saturn can show us the bliss of life that's right under our noses. And I think that's that, ladies and gentlemen. This has been another episode of How to Rock Astrology. I love doing this for you folks. I love talking about astrology. Now I'm going to lie down for 10 minutes and eat some food. Holy Lord, is it ever time to eat? Thanks for watching, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. My name is Dustin Cormier. Keep your eyes peeled. We've always got more stuff happening, more rising sign videos left to do. I think we've done, let's see, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. So we've got 5 left. Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, and Taurus. So stay tuned. It's all coming along. And I've got my book coming out soon. And we've still got our Nakshatra series to go through. As well, I am still doing astrology charts. If anybody is seeing this video, you've been watching me and hanging out with me, and if you want to do a chart reading with me, I'm doing them right now. I'm currently booked up until like November, but feel free to throw me an email, astrology@dustincormier.net. You can find it in the description, and we can talk about doing a reading. There will be more of me here, folks, especially at this present moment when there's less people living at my house than usual. We haven't had any skips in our recording, no lags, so expect more of these things to happen. For now, people, I appreciate you all. Really nice hanging out with y'all. Teresa, 7-Eleven, Irene, Astropsychology, Minor, Maui Logic. Thanks to you all, and everyone who doesn't converse, it's okay. I still see you, and I appreciate you hanging out with me, folks. Keep your eyes on the skies. Stay in tune. Meditate. One love. I'll see you guys on the other side of whatever is the next thing that we decide to do.